Yeah, we're about to. No, I can't see it. Okay, there we are. All right, all right, all right. Welcome back to WMAC Now with your host, Chuck Stevenson, here for the live Invicta FC 36 Fight Companion. Before we get started, there will be no fight footage shown at all during this stream. So if you're looking for live fight footage, only place to get it is UFC Fight Pass. Sorry for you hoping to see fight footage. It's just not going to happen. Before we get into tonight's bout, just got some interesting fight news concerning Aspen Ladd. Ladd was just booked against Yana Kunitskaya for an upcoming card for Washington, D.C. in, I believe, December. But Mark Raimondi over at ESPN just posted an article. It says, California suspends Ladd's bantamweight license. Aspen Ladd will need to do some work before fighting at bantamweight in her next bout. The California State Athletic Commission has suspended Ladd's license to compete at bantamweight, pending documentation from physicians. CSAC executive Andy Foster confirmed Friday with ESPN. Ladd looked ill weighing in on July 12th for UFC Sacramento and weighed 159 pounds the following day for the bout. That represents an increase of nearly 17% from the 136-pound bantamweight limit. Ladd weighed in at 135 pounds and gained back 24 pounds heading into fight night. CSAC regulations say the commission can recommend or require a fighter to move up in weight class if he or she weighs more than 10% over the contracted weight on fight day. Foster said Ladd is suspended in California and no other jurisdiction, though there is a note next to her name in the Association of Boxing Commissions and Combative Sports database. He expects other commissions to honor it. MMA Junkie first reported the news of the suspension of Ladd's license. Ladd's manager, David Hirschbein, declined comment to ESPN, citing advice from the team's attorney. Ladd has been booked by the UFC to fight Yana Kunitskaya on December 7th in Washington, D.C. in a bantamweight bout. Foster said Ladd will work with the UFC Performance Institute in Las Vegas to come up with a nutrition plan that will have to be approved by CSAC physicians. The physicians will then monitor her weight leading up to the December fight, Foster said. Ladd trains at MMA Gold in Folsom, California, less than 30 miles from Sacramento, where the CSAC is based. Foster said he has been in touch with DC's Combat Sports Commission about the situation. In the UFC Sacramento main event, Ladd was knocked out by Jermaine Darandami in 16 seconds. Ladd was cleared by CSAC physicians to fight on weigh-in day, though she was visibly shaking on the scale. Dr. Gary Furness, a CSAC doctor, told ESPN at the time that Ladd's shivering was likely due to nerves. Blah, blah, blah. He's quoted about blah, blah, blah. Ladd, 24, has missed weight twice in her MMA career. In addition, she fell ill the day of her scheduled UFC debut in 2017 and was forced to withdraw from the bout against Jessica Ai. Ladd is 8-1 as a pro MMA fighter. Ladd is not the only fighter coming out of UFC Sacramento to be suspended by the CSAC for weight issues. Shaman Moraes, Mirsad Bektic, and Darren Elkins are all suspended by the CSAC pending clearance by the doctors. And it goes into more, talking about the other fighters. If their regulation was in place for UFC Sacramento, at least Foster, who has been the most outspoken official in combat sports against extreme weight cutting in MMA, said he is working on a regulation that would pull fights off a card if the athlete is 15% or more above the contracted weight class on fight day. If that regulation was in place for UFC Sacramento, at least two fighters would have been pulled, including the main event of Ladd versus Darandami. So what's really interesting is I was just on a site earlier. I can't remember which news site it was, but they were just talking about Aspen Ladd going to work with the UFC Performance Institute to get her weight further under control. Well, now it looks like that's just not going to happen. Well, it looks like she's really going to need help as far as that goes. Anyway, I don't want to talk about Aspen Ladd too much. Let's get down to talking about the fights. So they're breaking down, Julie Kedzie and them are breaking down the keys to win for Caitlin Young and Pam Sorensen. But let's start looking at the fight card here. First up is bantamweight bout between Megan Colley and Julia Audolino. Both of them are making their pro debuts. After that is another bantamweight bout. Erin Harp 1-0 versus Autumn Norton, who is making her debut. Erin Harp last fought in 2015, so she took a long break off. After that is a flyweight bout. Chantel Coates 1-0 versus Caitlin Sammons 1-0, both coming off successful pro debuts under the Invicta banner. After that, we have an atomweight bout. Elise Anderson versus Katie Saul. Anderson's 4-1. Saul is 3-3. We have Stephanie Geltmacher versus Victoria Leonardo at flyweight. Geltmacher is coming in undefeated at 4-0. Leonardo is 5-1. Then we have another atomweight bout. Jessica Delboni 8-1 taking on Lindsay Van Zant 6-1. Then for the co-main event, we have a strawweight bout. Janessa Morandin 10-2 versus Emily Ducote 7-5. And then finally, we have the main event for the vacant Invicta FC Featherweight Championship. Pam Sorensen 7-3. This is going to be her second Featherweight Championship fight in 2 fights, taking on Caitlin Young, who is 10-9-1. Sorensen coming off a loss last year to Felicia Spencer for the title. And then you have Caitlin Young, who is now 3-0 in her current MMA run after taking off for several years. She retired from MMA, or seemingly retired from MMA in 2014 after dropping a bout to Raquel Pa'alui at Invicta 9. And then she didn't take off from combat sports at all, though, because she was fighting in kickboxing and I think mostly Muay Thai. She's come back. She came back last year at Rise in 12 and defeated Reina Miura by decision. King Reina defeated Sarah Patterson at Invicta 32 in November by TKO due to leg kick and punches. And then she defeated Faith McMahon earlier just in June, just 2 months ago, via 3rd round TKO due to punches. So Sarah McMahon on the rise right now. Oh, got 4 people watching so far. Not bad, not bad. Guys, the chat is open if you want to talk or have anything to say. Otherwise, it's just going to be me running my mouth. Right now, we got the beautiful Laura Sanko's on the screen, so can't complain there. In the meantime, if you want to follow along on my social media, if you're not a follower yet, you can look me up on Instagram at LETO1776. I don't have a Instagram set up just for my channel. However, if you want to follow along on Twitter, it is at NowWMMA, at NOWWMMA. Greatest Benefactor says, and we are live. Welcome, welcome, great benefactor. What else we got going on? So we're getting ready for the first fight, Julia Ottolino versus Megan Colley. Megan Colley is a teammate of former Invicta featherweight champion and now UFC fighter Felicia Spencer. No alcohol for me yet. I'm sticking to Monster for now. Might get to the whiskey in a bit. If you've ever watched one of my fight companions before, I like to talk about whiskey a bit, and while I drink it, share what my latest acquisitions are. Actually, I'm not even sure where my latest bottles are. They got moved while I was out on a trip in Vegas. They're doing a preview video for Colley versus Ottolino. 2 very pretty bantamweights about to face off. Kali has that. I'll tell you what. She has those eyes like if you stare at them, like you have to almost wonder if there's like a soul behind them because she has an icy stare. She was facing off with Adelino yesterday. I think Adelino was trying to get a rise out of her and just couldn't. Checking on Twitter. Hotel workout in the box. So to everyone watching, let me know in the chat, who do you have in the main event? On my paperwork, I believe I have Young winning. Let me go grab my picks real quick here. For anyone that actually gives a crap about my picks, after last weekend, you probably don't want to use my picks, but I have Kali to win this one. In the main event, I have Caitlin Young to win. But let me know in the chat who you think's taking this first fight and then the main event. So Julia Adelino making her way into the new zebra mats provided octagon at the Memorial Hall in Kansas City. They just refer to it as Memorial Hall, but I think the proper name for it is actually the Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall. I think that's what it says outside the building. I've only been there once for Invicta Phoenix Rising in May. Let's see. So Adelino stepping into the cage now. So Megan Colley should be making her way out very shortly. All right, Megan Colley making her way to the cage now. So there's actually a stage in the Memorial Hall, and they step out onto the stage, and then they make their way down this raised ramp. It looks, I wouldn't want to walk down it. I'm afraid of heights and falling. For even something just that high. Felicia Spencer there in Megan Colley's corner, the former Invicta featherweight champ and current UFC fighter, both fighting out of Jungle MMA in Florida. All right, so you got the tail of the tape up. Colley, Adelino, the older fighter by 3 years, 29 to 26. The taller fighter, 5'10 to 5'7. And Adelino also has a 1-inch reach advantage, 70 inches to 69 for Colley. I gotta mute this real quick before I get in trouble. There we go. All right, so for those watching in the chat, who is going to win this bout? Let's see. Adelino fighting out of San Antonio, Texas. And of course, she is making her pro debut, as is her opponent. So, Eric Allen Castro says Julia is going to win. Okay, so we got someone picking Adelino. All right, so the seconds are leaving, getting ready to start this fight. All right. Free in the center. All right, we are live. We are ready to go to our meeting in the center of the cage. Adelino seemed to be the aggressor a little bit early, circling around Kali in the center of the cage. Both have an orthodox stance, although Adelino switched to southpaw for a couple seconds. Eric Allen Castro says, where can I watch the fight? I can't find it. It is on UFC Fight Pass. You'll have to be a subscriber. So Kali now circling around the outside. Ooh, Kali comes forward with an overhand. Or excuse me, Adelino comes forward with an overhand. Adelino comes forward with a flying, looked like a flying knee attempt, answered by punches from Kali. Nice low kick there by Adelino. Somewhere Joe Rogan just had an orgasm. Overhand right there by Kali. All right. Ooh, nice low kick there by Adelino again to the, looked like to the knee or calf. Kali goes high with a kick that misses. Kali with a spinning back kick that misses as Adelino comes forward at the same time. Adelino with a kick to the body and another kick to the body. Ooh, nice overhand right there by Kali. Not sure how hard it landed. Looked like it might have grazed. I thought Adelino might have had some swelling on her left cheek, but then I see her right side, and now she just has very high cheekbones. Good bone structure. Adelino's still the aggressor, but Kali trying to counter with some punches. But now Adelino coming forward with some punches. Kali looks slightly stunned. Adelino with the clinch with Kali against the cage. Adelino on the outside. Adelino right now has Kali's left leg between her two legs. Looks like she might be going for a takedown or just trying to knock Kali off balance. Adelino with some nice head positioning right now. Adelino has one arm, has a right arm all the way around Kali's back. Can't see from this angle. She's got working for wrist control against Kali. Lands a few punches. Oh, couple more punches land for Adelino. Oh, Adelino tries to trip Kali, but lands on her back herself, but gets right back up. But now Kali is on the outside of the clinch. but Adelino is able to bully her off of her and break it up. Both take a couple seconds to adjust their outfits. Adelino circling around the outside, lands a nice low kick there. Kali coming forward with another overhand. Adelino with a Superman punch attempt there. Another nice low kick lands for Adelino. Adelino just seems to be getting the better of the striking exchanges so far. Nice counter there by Adelino as Kali comes in with the punch. Another Superman punch attempt by Adelino. Yeah, Adelino seems to be getting the better of the striking exchanges, which I want to say it doesn't surprise me because it's not like Kali's teammate Spencer is known for having great striking ability. But it's not like I knew anything about Adelino coming into this fight. So, oh, Adelino coming forward with some punches and some kicks. She's trying to tee off on Kali. Now Kali trying to go for a takedown. Kali has Adelino up against the fence. She gave up on the leg and right at the end of the round there. So 1 round in the books for the opening bantamweight bout between Megan Kali and Julia Adelino. Both fighters sitting down in their corners. Cutman reapplying some Vaseline to Adelino's brows. They're showing that one sequence. Kali just kind of came forward with that overhand, but Adelino took advantage and just started moving forward with some punches. All right, they're getting ready to start round 2 now. All right, all the corners are out. We're getting ready to start round 2 of this bout. Which for some reason is not going full screen on my monitor. Might have to switch it. Well, we'll see. Let me see something. Oh, much better. Okay, so I'm going to have to keep switching back and forth off the chat here. I had to put both onto my secondary monitor, which is my TV. But right now I have the fights on full screen. Kali coming forward against Adelino. Adelino with a nice push kick to create some distance. Kali putting a jab out there. Coming forward with some nice strikes there. Adelino comes forward. Kali tries to duck under. Nice right hand on the separation there by Adelino. Excuse me. Kali comes forward with a punch, almost trips. Slips on the mat there. Nice low kick there by Kali. Ooh, Kali again overextends with the overhand right and is backed up by Adelino to the far side of the cage. Both are clinching against the fence now. Adelino on the outside of the clinch work. Nice clinch work and pummeling there by Adelino and good head positioning to stay in control of the clinch. Kali trying to pummel away out. They both separate and break clean. Kali back to the center of the cage. Adelino tries to go fancy with the kick, but, Didn't really time it or commit very nice. Oh, nice kick to the body by Adelino, who's circling around the cage. Another low kick lands for Adelino. I think I might have picked the wrong fighter to win this one. Colley tries to go high with a kick that misses. Colley trying to come forward with some punches now. Another nice low kick lands for Adelino, but Colley comes forward with some punches. Nice jab there by Adelino. Colley throws a kick. Another kick to the body for Adelino. She tries to go with the sweet chin music. Another side kick goes up high that misses. Overhand right lands for Colley, clinching against the cage with Adelino, but Adelino is able to get her off of her and lands a nice right hook on the break. That's something you just don't see enough, especially in the women's division, is fighters who are able to land strikes on the break. It's definitely a learned skill. Low kick by Adelino backs Colley up. Adelino goes for another body kick. Got to wonder, Adelino's landing a lot of kicks to the midsection of Colley. Is she setting up a possible high kick as she goes for another one, or is she just trying to Superman punch lands for Adelino. Another low kick by Adelino. Colley coming forward, but trying to possibly go for a takedown, but unable to get it. Colley goes high with a kick and answered by punches from Adelino. This is a pretty entertaining fight so far for the opener. Adelino goes high with a kick, blocked by Colley. Adelino looked like she was setting up another Superman punch, but instead goes for a leg kick. I like what Adelino's doing. She's basically setting stuff up like she's making Colley think about her strikes. She went high with another side kick that seemed to miss its mark. But yeah, Adelino is making Colley think now with some of her strikes. A kick feint backs Colley up. Adelino lands another low kick. Couple seconds left in the round, and that's the end of the second round. Well, I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm going to have Adelino up after 2 rounds, 2018. Was not expecting this. Adelino receiving some end swell from the cut man there in her corner. Ice on the side of Colley's head as well. Side of her right eye. Yeah, Colley seems to throw that overhand right and overextends herself. Ooh, Colley did land a nice left there in the replay. Bam, and there goes that Superman punch by Adelino. All right, so seconds are out, and they're getting ready to start the third round. Adelino with a nice bruise on her right cheek. All right, you're getting started. Colley coming forward with some strikes. Adelino circling around. Kelly Huff says both these girls are very talented. I agree. I'm not disappointed with this match at all. Adelino backing Kali up with some knee fakes. Adelino going with another Superman punch. Can't remember last time I saw so many Superman punches. Another body kick to the body lands for Adelino. All right, so Adelino still circling around the outside. Kali in the center. The guy and such on Twitter saying Kali making the mistake of letting the kicker fight from their range. Always bites on feints, and they took it off the screen. But I have to agree with him. Adelino is doing a very good job of keeping it at her range that she wants to be at. Adelino coming forward with some strikes now. Clinches with Kali against the cage. Adelino possibly sensing the finish here. Kali trying to cover up. Some nice uppercuts land for Adelino. Kali still coming forward, trying to clinch. But Adelino backs her up. Back to their starting position now. Two minutes, 50 seconds left in the third round. Kali throwing some punches, but man, she put her head straight down, like facing the mat. You can't, that's very dangerous. Adelino now in the center of the cage. Coming forward with some feints on Kali. Tries to land another Superman punch, misses it. Kali counters. Kali trying to take the center of the cage again. Adelino happy to do it. Low kick lands for Adelino. Kali comes forward with some punches, but is countered by Adelino. Overhand right lands for Adelino. Adelino lands a low kick, but is countered with the 1-2 by Kali. Another kick to the body by Adelino. Left lands for Kali. Overhand right for Adelino. Kali again throwing some hands, but she puts her head down when she throws. That leaves her very vulnerable. That's something she's going to have to fix. Kali coming forward, or Adelino feinting a knee, then lands some punches. Kali almost had her back to the fence. She had to circle out away. Another low kick lands for Adelino. That leg's going to be hurting. That lead leg of Megan Kali's. Adelino coming forward with some strikes again. 44 seconds left in the round. Adelino has Kali up against the fence. Megan Kali looking for a possible takedown. Adelino has wrist control on Kali's right hand. Ooh, nice elbow lands for Adelino. And another uppercut on the break. 20 seconds left in the fight. By my scoring, I have Julia Adelino up. Clear, decisive win here. Kali coming forward in the last couple seconds here. And there goes the end of the third and final round. Good fight between these two debutantes. Man, that's a good fight to open up this show. Not disappointed at all. By my score, I'm going to have Julia Adelino winning. I definitely don't see Megan Kali winning this. I have it 30-27. is my score for Julia Adelino. Julia Adelino in her corner looking very happy with her performance. I would be too if I were her. All right. I'm gonna wait for the judge's decision here. All right, all three judges, 30-27 for Julia Adelino. No surprise there. Yeah, no real surprise there. Good win for Julia Adelino. Congrats to her on a successful pro debut. Megan Colley, back to the drawing board, I guess. Laura Senko's in there with her now. Okay, so someone in the Show Dog play-by-play said solid 29-28 for Girl in Black. I don't know what round he saw for Megan Colley, but whatever. So next up is another bantamweight bout. It's going to be Erin Harp, 1-0, coming back after 4 years away, taking on the pro debuting Autumn Norton. Autumn Norton does have an amateur record here of 6-2. Her two losses are to Amberlyn Orr and Kelly Fashholtz. Autumn Norton's amateur record extending from 2012 to 2017. She's supposed to have a couple bouts last year, both against Jordan Kanawa that got canceled for whatever reason. She was injured for one of them. Both of them were supposed to be at King of the Cage. Both this for same date. That topology is being weird. Eric Allen Castro asked who ended up winning. Julia Adelino, 30-27 on all three judges' cards. We're getting ready for the next bout here. Doing a little preview video. So going by my picks, I've got first fight wrong. I have Erin Harp to picked to win this next bout. Hopefully she grants me a little bit better luck. Okay, let's see what else we got. Showing Erin Harp on a video here. One thing I like, I think maybe my favorite thing about Invicta is how they move from one fight straight into the next. And then my least favorite thing about Invicta is how they move straight from one fight into the next. No time for pee breaks when it comes to Invicta FC, excuse me. So, excuse me, Autumn Norton making her way to the cage. Let's see. Let's look up some stats on Autumn Norton here. She is 25 years old. Man, that means her amateur record goes back what, 7 years? So, it's when she was 18. She is 5 feet 4 inches. Don't have a reach available for her on Tapology. Fights out of Iron Pit Fight Team, or Iron Pit Fight Team. She's fighting out of Susanville, California, according to Tapology, but we'll see what they say on the graphics. So Autumn Norton's in the cage. Now time for the walkout of Erin Harp. Erin Harp is 29 years old. She's born 1990. I don't have a height or reach available for her on Tapology. She was born in Hamden, Connecticut, currently fighting out of Tampa, Florida, affiliated with Gracie Tampa. She's coming out in her BJJ gi. Looks like she is a brown belt. So if nothing else, we can expect a good ground game out of her. Eric Allen Castro asks, who won the last match? Julia Audolino won by unanimous decision. All 3 judges saw it 30-27. Apparently, her team, Erin Harp's team, is Gracie Tampa South, according to the graphics. Getting checked by the refs. Now you look, you can see all the photographers taking pictures. Cage side. It is weird being a part of that crowd. You feel like you almost feel like a paparazzi when you're doing it. Because for the events I've been out there, that's mostly what I did the entire event was take pictures rather than sit back and, play around on Twitter and Instagram and stuff. All right. So Autumn Norton fighting out of Reno, Nevada, making her pro debut. She's 5 feet 5 inches tall. She weighed in at 136 pounds even. So she used that whole 1 pound weight allowance. Kelly Huff in the chat says she's predicting Harp for the W. I am as well. Hopefully. She does better for me than Megan Colley did in the last fight. Erin Harp is 1-0. She is 5 feet 7 inches tall, so she's 2 inches taller. She weighed in at 134.5, so she was a half pound under bantamweight. I'm trying to reach for a pen, and it's not where I thought they were. Oh well. Okay, everybody is out of the cage. Referees in the center. Getting ready to start the first round of this second bantamweight bout. Up. Coming forward too much. Doesn't look like the ref was ready, or somebody wasn't ready. All right. Ooh, Erin Harp crossing the cage very fast. Coming out Oh, nice elbow lands for Aaron Harp, and she dives for a double leg takedown. Gets it, but not lasting. They're back up in the clinch. Aaron Harp very aggressive here to start. Nice knees land, a couple nice knees land in the clinch, followed by an elbow for Aaron Harp, who is coming out the aggressor. Norton just not matching the speed or aggressiveness of Aaron Harp. Overhand right lands for Aaron Harp. Front kick up the middle for Aaron Harp that misses. Autumn Norton tries for an overhand right and is answered by 2 punches from Harp. Harp taking the center. Norton choosing to take the outside and circle. Punch followed by a low kick that misses for Autumn Norton. Norton's starting to look a little more alive here. She throws out a jab that's countered by Harp. Harp throws a right and then tries to go for another takedown against the fence there. She's got one leg of Norton going for the other, and she gets Norton down. So she is in the full guard, now closed guard of Autumn Norton. Norton trying to break her down, lands an elbow from the bottom. Harp staying low in Norton's guard. Now she's posturing up. Norton trying to go for an armbar attempt, looks like, but Harp instead uses it to pass to side control. Nice moves there from Harp. Harp trying to take full control on the side there. She has her right arm between Norton's legs. Looks like Norton is trying to trap that left arm while also trapping her left arm, but Harp now has her right arm free. Norton gets back to half guard. Harp on top in Norton's half guard, starting to throw some punches to, looks like the hip, maybe the side of Autumn Norton. Harp seems very comfortable in Norton's half guard. Norton trying to use the cage to climb back up to her feet, but Harp doing a good job of keeping her down on the ground, has her press up against the cage. Norton pulls the legs out from under Harp, gets her back down, but she is back into still half guard of Autumn Norton. Landing some punches to the midsection and then goes up high to the head. Harp trying to get that leg free, but Norton is keeping a clamp on it. Oh, she almost got out of it. Norton recovers to half guard. Norton is going to need to do something here. She is just not in control right now. 35 seconds left in the first. The groundwork has been all Aaron Harp. Harp trying to posture up for some ground and pound. Norton trying to keep her broken down. Harp playing some more ground and pound here. And there goes the end of the first round. That is definitely a 10-9 round for Aaron Harp there. All right, so both fighters are in their corner. Cutman looks to be attending to Otto Norton there. Some end swell. So this is the debut of a new cage for Invicta, the new Invicta FC Octagon presented by Zebra Athletics, according to the graphics, and I'm sure they're talking about it on the commentary as well. Norton getting some advice from her corner. All right, all the seconds are out. I'm getting ready to start the second round. Oh, missed some of the action. Okay. Trying to multitask here. I'm not very good at it, though. So, Norton is looking a bit more lively this round. She seemed to be half asleep at the start. Oh, nice counter jab lands for Harp. Punches land for Norton. Harp counters with a low kick followed by a punch herself. So we got Harp on the outside. Oh, nope. Now she's back in the center. Norton circling around. Punch followed by a kick to the body lands for Harp. Harp kind of just moving around, displaying some nice footwork around Norton, but not really doing anything with it. Again, both of these fighters are fighting from the orthodox position. Harp coming forward with another. Is that another Superman punch? Everyone's Superman punch happy tonight. Harp trying to get Norton down, looks like near the cage or clinched up. Knee lands there for Norton. Knee to the body. Harp dropping levels, going for a single. Norton is sprawling. Harp trying to pull. Harp tried to pull guard for a second, but Norton did not like it. Nice up kick landed for Harp. Norton now backs off. Referee telling Harp to stand up. 3 minutes left in the second round. Norton going to need to go to work here. Harp circling around Norton. Lazy jab by Norton there. Lazy jab by Harp, just gauging distance. Harp going for a kick to the body. Nice inside low kick lands for Norton. Jab overhand right. Spinning back kick by Norton. Overhand right lands for Harp, countered by Norton, but Harp lands a second punch in answer. Norton having to keep adjusting her shorts. She might want to just let him go and focus on the fight. Harp goes low then high with a pair of lead leg kicks. Anything happening in the chat? Nope. Low kick by Harp is countered by some punches from Norton. Norton keeping Harp on the outside near the fence. Harp having to circle around. She comes forward with a jab. Harp looking to get back towards the center, middle of the octagon there. Oh, nice right or left hand lands for Norton. Follows up with a spinning back kick to the body. Norton seeming to find her groove here better in the second round. Norton again fixing her shorts. It's like you're in the middle of a fight. Oh, some punches land for Harp and then a nice knee in the clinch. Norton finding a jab right through the center of Harp's guard there. Norton still trying to keep Harp on the outside there. Harp not landing as many strikes this round. Then she goes for a jab followed by a high kick that is blocked by Norton. Overhand right by Norton. Norton definitely finding her groove better in this round. Harp still finding some room for her punches, though. Inside low kick lands for Norton, and that is the end of the second round. So not quite as much action in the second as in the first round, but it is definitely a better round for the debutante Autumn Norton. We got the cut man for Autumn Norton, again working with the end swell, but I don't see too much swelling. There in Harp's corner, cut man is cleaning out some blood from inside of her nose. There's a replay of the Superman punch landed by Harp. I didn't notice Norton landed a nice counter that had Harp wobble temporarily. It's a replay of a high kick by Harp. Norton stalks her down, throws overhand right, and then a middle push kick. Yeah, not as busy as the first round, but that was still a good second round there. Kelly Huff in the chat says close round. I agree. Both fighters still keeping their guard up. Norton seems to be stalking Harp, but then Harp immediately drops levels, gets a nice double leg takedown into the full guard of Norton. Norton now closes the guard, starts landing some ground and pound from the bottom. Norton keeping busy on the bottom here, busier than Harp so far to start. Just as I say that, Harp lands an elbow from up top. Harp looking to posture up, trying to break the closed guard of Norton, but Norton doing a very good job of keeping Harp where she wants her. Short punches from Norton, or Harp rather. Norton trying to tell something to the ref. Maybe not. Norton now trying to use her feet. She's got her toe stuck in the cage there. Harp trying to pass to half guard. Norton doing a much better job keeping her legs active this round to keep Harp in her guard. Much better groundwork by Norton in this round to keep Harp inside of from passing. The brown belt Harp having a hard time getting past the guard of Norton in this round. Norton's nose a bit bloody from some of the ground and pound by Harp. Harp relentless, though, in her pursuit of getting past the full guard of Norton. She is now in the half guard of Norton. Much like the first round, blood flowing freely from the nose of Autumn Norton, which could possibly sway the judges in Harp's favor here. Harp now in full side control on Autumn Norton. 2.5 minutes left in the third round. Harp goes to knee on belly, then immediately to full mount. She's tucked low in full mount, lands a couple of punches to the body of Norton. Looks like she's getting ready to sit up, though. And some short punches. Harp trying to set up an armbar, possibly. She is very high in the guard of, or in the mountain of Autumn Norton. Autumn Norton manages to slip out of the guard and regains, she slipped out of the mountain and managed to regain full guard. Harp trying to pass the guard again. But Norton very slick with her groundwork to keep Harp in her guard. I don't know what Autumn Norton. Oh, Autumn Norton manages to create just enough space to try to get back up to the ground, but Harp gets right back on her. Now in the half guard of Autumn Norton. Autumn Norton managing to get back to full guard and closes it up. She's trying to get busy from the bottom with a minute left, just over a minute left. Harp trying to get busy from top as well, but suffering the barrage from bottom of Autumn Norton. Tell you what, this has been a good third round on the ground here. About 45 seconds left. Harp trying to rain the ground and pound down now. Norton still trying to stay busy. Trying to create some space here. Set up a better posture. Looks like she's going to try to go for a guillotine possibly. No, she gave up the head. Trying to break down Erin Harp. Unable to do so. Both fighters are very slick right now. Looks like the bleeding from Autumn Norton's nose has stopped. Either that or it's just going back the wrong way. Harp standing over Norton. Oh! Right at the bell as the ref stops it, Norton lands a punch that staggers Harp, sends her back, rolling back. And that goes the end of the fight. Not sure if they're going to call that a late punch or not. Probably not. It was the end of the fight, and it was like right at when the ref. It was like right as the ref was going in to stop it. There goes a replay of the double leg by Harp. Just didn't even set it up really. Went right off the striking of Norton. And here we see the guard pass of Erin Harp, or attempted guard pass. Showing some replays. So we're waiting on the official decision from the judges. Norton with the flag or banner of her sponsor draped over her shoulders. That's different. I like that. I'm not a big fan of fighters that have the flag draped over them after the fight when they're all bloody and sweaty and nasty and stuff. I mean, I'm not like super anal retentive about flag code and all that, but waiting on the judge's decision here. Showing a replay of that late punch that had Norton flying back, or Harp rather. We're still waiting on the judge's decision. Losing some viewers. That's okay. They'll be back. People tend to come in and out the whole time. So nice embrace between the two fighters, showing good sportsmanship. About to get the official decision. $29-28 Harp. $29-28 Norton. So we're going to have a split. Oh, 29-27 for winner by split decision, Aaron Harp. So 29-27. So split decision win for Aaron Harp. One judge, final judge, giving it a 29-27. Must have given a 10-8 round to Aaron Harp. So your winner by split decision, Aaron Harp. So I got my first pick of the night, first correct pick of the night. Now 1 for 1. As we await the third fight, Kelly Huff in the chat says, I'm excited for the next fight. Chantel from hometown. Also says how that was split decision is beyond me. Yeah, I'm surprised too. I had it. I mean, maybe they gave the second round to Autumn Norton. That was definitely a close round in the second. So we'll see. Next up, Caitlin Salmons versus Chantel Coates. Let's check out the stats for this one. Both are coming off successful pro debuts for Invicta FC. Chantel Coates currently holds the fastest knockout in Invicta history at 30-some seconds. They're just showing the replay there. Coates, an Army veteran, Army strong, Air Force myself. So shout out to my fellow veteran. All right, let's look at the stats here. Coates is the older fighter, 32 years to 25 for Salmons. Coates weighed in a half-pound over the flyweight limit of 126 pounds. So she lost, I believe, 25% of her purse to that. Salmons weighed in 125.2. Salmons is an inch taller, 5'4" to 5'3". However, Coates has a 1-inch reach advantage, 66 inches to 65. And this is in the flyweight division. So Caitlin Salmons about to make her way to the cage. Chantel Coates making her, or excuse me, Caitlin Salmons. Salmons sporting that look that's popular or seemingly popular, or right now with where she has, one half of her head shaved, or one side rather. Salmons whipped out her lightsaber at the ceremonial weigh-ins yesterday. It reminded of Shayna Baszler from an earlier Invicta. Caitlin Salmons fighting with Iron Life Athletics. They list her style as Zombitsu. I guess she's a zombie. Not really sure. Seeing what Twitter has to say. Salmon's fighting out of Orlando, Florida. All right, Chantel Coates about to make her way to the cage. The Army veteran and mother. Kelly Huff in the chat says Ginger was impressive in her last fight in Invicta. Yeah, both of these fighters were very impressive in their pro debuts, both for Invicta. I was there for, I think I was there for both of their debuts. Chantel Coates, I couldn't actually see the punch that dropped her opponent, but all I saw was her opponent dropping. I was at a weird angle against the cage. Chantel Coates being sponsored by Never Tap. It seems. Oh, I just got an update from Netflix. Glow Season 3 is now on Netflix. So after this is over, if you've never watched Glow, it's a good show on Netflix. It's a fictional account of the Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling promotion from the 80s. All Ladies Pro Wrestling. All right, Coates making her way into the cage now. Getting ready. Coates looking bottom heavy. That's where power comes from. So I have Salmons to win this one. I based that decision on, we'll talk about it in a second. Got the tail of the tape up. Yep, pretty much as I read it off on from Tapology. So anyway, as I was saying, I picked Salmons to win this. Mostly based on being able to the fact that I saw more out of Salmons in her last fight, because the Coates fight ended so quick, I just couldn't justify. I mean, can Coates recreate that knockout? I have no doubt, but I definitely got to see more Salmon's skills, which prompted me to pick her. Had I gotten to see more of Coates in that fight before the knockout, I might have been able to justify picking her, but going with Salmons on this one. Poor girl actually goes by Ginger because she is a ginger. Coates fighting out of Leavenworth, Kansas. So, somewhat local fighter here. I'm not sure how far Leavenworth is from Kansas City. So we went from the younger bald ref to the old bald ref for this fight with the soul patch. How anyone can wear a soul patch is beyond me. We're getting started. First round of this fight. 5 seconds in. Coates moving very fast. Both of them feinting. A lot of feinting. Sands with the low kick. Coates putting out her jab, sticking out the jab. 25 seconds in. Salmon's going high with the kick. Salmon's going with a spinning kick. Answered with a low kick by Coates. So far we are already past where Coates' last fight ended. So she won't be breaking her own record. Salmons comes forward with a jab, or no, overhand right, answered with some jabs from Coates. Once again, both fighters fighting in the orthodox position. Salmon's using a leg kick to open up some punches, answered by Coates. Salmon so far seemed to be the starter of the exchanges. Coates looking to counter. Almost a minute and a half in. Spinning back fist attempt by Salmons. Punch answered by punches from Coates. Salmons lands a knee to the midsection of Coates. Kelly Huff says Leavenworth is not far from Kansas City. Good to know. Last time I went to Invicta, it was at the Memorial Hall in May, but I stayed on the Missouri side of the river. Kansas City, Missouri is definitely nicer than what I've seen of Kansas City, Kansas. At least like the downtown area of Kansas City, Missouri is nice. Ooh, Coates leaning back, just escaping some punches from Coates. Salmon's leaning back to avoid the punches of Coates. I think Coates might be starting to get Salmon's timing down. Another low kick lands for Salmons, answered by kick to the midsection by Coates. Nose of Caitlin Salmons is getting red from punches by Coates. That's no surprise, though. She's so pale, everything's going to show up on her face. Which, depending on the judge, could work against her heavily. She's going to show damage a lot more. Nice counter kick to the midsection by Salmons. Oh! Coates has Salmons hurt. Or at least staggered. I don't know. Now Salmons is smiling. Maybe that woke her up a little bit. Nice low kick lands for Salmons. Nice counter jab lands for Coates there. Coates circling around the outside. Salmons in the center of the cage. Another nice stiff jab for Coates lands. Straight down the pipe. Coates find that jab very nice. Slow leg kick by Salmons, answered by punches from Coates. Looked like Coates tried to look straight back at her corner there. You don't want to be doing that. Or look straight at something. Kick to the body by Salmons. Coates misses on the counters. High kick attempt there by Salmons. So, good close round. About to end here, looks like. Oh, they're both getting aggressive there in the center. And that's right at the end of the round. So, Coates. Chantel Coates about to see the second round for the first time in her career. So, let's see what we got going on. Cutman working on the nose of Salmons. Coates looks no worse for the wear. Possibly some swelling there on the right cheek, maybe. Maybe she's just a little bit darker in that spot. Probably going to show the replay of her. Yep, she landed a nice right. Nice counter right there. Here's where Salmons almost got dropped. She almost got dropped twice there. Sam is going to have to be careful because, oh, man, seeing those replays, I might have to give it to Chantel Coates. She was landing some nice punches there. Here we go, start of the second round. Both of them meeting in the center of the octagon. Kick up the center for Salmons. Both of them throw low kicks at the same time. Salmons goes high, whiffs on a high kick. Coates using that reach well on the counters. Oh, another nice counter jab lands for Coates. Using that 1-inch reach to her advantage. Or using that 1-inch reach advantage well, I should say. A nice low kick there lands for Coates. Couple low kicks land for Salmons. 1-2 from Coates. Salmons eats a left hand for her efforts coming in. Yeah, so far, Coates just seems to have Salmons timing down very well. I don't know if it's because she's just being too predictive with her punches. Another counter lands for Coates. I don't know. She's just being too predictable. I think she kind of is making it obvious when she's going in. Like she kind of jumps in with the punch. Another nice counter lands for Coates. Nice jab there by Coates. Ooh. Salmons backs Coates up for a step with a counter there. Coates throwing that jab out. 1-2 there by Coates. Overhand followed by a hook from Coates. Coates lands a kick to the body of Salmons. Yeah, Coates just right now she seems to have Salmons timing down as far as the punches. Not so much on the kicks though. She's having a harder time. She doesn't have quite the answer for all of Salmon's kicks. Coates throwing up a push kick there. But Salmon's needs to develop some better head movement. Like she has the forward and back head movement. Nice takedown there lands for Salmons. But immediately goes to the back of Coates. Gets her head free. She got Coates flattened out. She's going for the rear naked choke. She might have it under. It's hard to tell from this angle. And Coates taps out. Coates taps out at about 4 minutes, 10 seconds of round number 2. Wow. Nice takedown there by Caitlin Salmons. Gets Coates down very easily. Coates kind of like turned but kept her arm around her head, which was not a good move for her. Very nice job by Caitlin Salmons, keeping her record perfect and getting a second finish in her 2 pro fights. I'm going to tweet about that real quick here. Getting the tap out. Hashtag Invicta FC. Hashtag Invicta FC 36. I want to go back over for the official decision. Yep, 4 minutes, 10 seconds. The winner by rear naked choke, Caitlin Ginger Salmons. So nice job by Caitlin Salmons there. Kelly Health in the chat saying, good job, all props. Definitely good job, all props. And hey, guys that are watching, if you could hit the like button, the thumbs up, I'd really appreciate it. It helps the YouTube's algorithm send out, helps to make it a little more noticeable. I don't know if you know, just a few thumbs up I'll get will help too much, but I'd still appreciate it anyway. Hey, thank you. We got 1 so far. If the other two, now we're up to 2. So if we can get to 3 for the 3 viewers, that'd be awesome. I would really appreciate it. If not, hey, as long as I don't get the thumbs down. We don't like the dislikes. We dislike dislikes here on this channel. Caitlin Salmons getting interviewed by Laura Sanko. Salmons got a nice little abrasion there underneath her left eye. Getting interviewed by Sanko. Great benefactors. Okay, brother. Well, appreciate it, great benefactor. By the way, any of you that aren't watching or are watching that aren't subscribed yet, feel free to subscribe if you like the content and hit that bell for notifications. Start showing a replay of it. Didn't really get a good angle at all of the actual choke. What is up with Salmon's corner, man? He's got some tape on his face or something. Oh, you know, I'm following along on a Short Dog play-by-play, which isn't very active right now because it usually isn't for Invicta, but someone put, I can't help but chuckle a little bit at it. They said Coates wore the wrong outfit. And that made me realize, oh yeah, her outfit said never tap. Ooh. Ooh. Upcoming events. September 6th, Phoenix Rising 2 or Phoenix Rising Series. That's a flyweight tourney. October 4th, Invicta 37, Fry versus Cummins. So that'll be an atomweight championship. And then November 1st, Invicta FC 38, Porto versus Rodriguez. So we're having 3 events in less than 3 months. Woo woo! 4 events in less than 4 months, really, because it's August. I'm going to have Invicta for the next 3 straight months again. I'm excited. All right, so we're getting ready for the next fight. Bring up Topology here. We're moving up to, we're moving down to atomweight. Elise Little Savage Anderson, 4-1, taking on late notice replacement Katie Saul. Katie Saul took this fight, I think, just last week. Anderson's original opponent, Anastasia Nikolakakos, had to pull out due to injury. So they tapped another Canadian, Katie Saul. She is an Invicta, King of the Cage veteran. Had a fight with B Win, Andy Win. I think she fought with her fellow Canadian, what's her name? Oh, no, I was wrong. Oh, she has a loss to Lindsay Van Zant and King of the Cage. Van Zant fighting later tonight. Katie Saul currently coming off a loss to Alexandra Toncheva at Cage Legacy 12 / Celtic Gladiator 23. That was in May. She's taking on Elise Anderson. Elise Anderson hasn't fought since Invicta FC 30 last year in July. I was there for that. They showed the replay of her flying triangle. That was something to see. It was pretty crazy. So, getting ready for some atomweight action here. Katie Saul about to come out first in the blue corner. Looking at the stats for this fight. So, Anderson is 4-1. Saul 3-3. So, one more fight than Anderson, but Anderson has better overall record. Saul is the older fighter, 31-24 for Anderson. Saul weighed in at 105.9, Anderson 105.8. Anderson is the taller fighter, 5'5" to 5'3". Don't have the reach available, so we'll have to see. Anderson trained at Extreme Couture for this fight. Her last fight, she was training out of Team Curran or Team Big Frog, whatever you want to call it. Saul training out of SBG Ireland. But Anderson out of Extreme Couture for this camp. So she switched camps once again. She was, Team Curran last time because she was coached by Jeff Curran and Felice Herrig. So Elise Anderson about to make her way to the cage. Katie Saul is in there in the blue corner, right next to the face, the big face of Hannibal Buress. Good supporter of Invicta FC is the comedian. I like him on the Eric Andre show. I've never seen his stand-up, but I'll have to look it up sometime. But he's really funny on the Eric Andre show on Adult Swim late at night. Lisa Anderson coming out fast. She's all business. Looking ready to go. Not to say, is that Ray Cepho in her corner? No, it's another guy with a strong jawline now. Anderson's trained, like I said, out of Extreme Couture. And she's an all-around MMA stylist. I don't think she trained in anything specifically before MMA. Anderson steps into the cage, ready to take on Katie Saul, taking on a late notice replacement. I don't think it'll affect her game plan too much. I mean, we'll see. All right, so like I said, 31-24, Saul the older. Anderson taller fighter by 1 inch. Anderson has a 2.5-inch reach advantage, 66 inches to 63.5 for Katie Saul, the Canadian. Go to Ray Flores for the introductions. Katie Saul fighting out of Dublin, Ireland. From Canada, but training out of Ireland. Getting the introductions underway. I'm going to tweet out about the fight here real quick. Don't mind me, guys. Sorry about this. No quick tweet. Okay, so getting ready to start this atom weight contest. Love my atom weights. Actually, Elise Anderson, when I did my case for atom weights in the UFC 2019, Anderson was on my list of up-and-comers. Nice low kick there lands for Anderson. Saul landed a nice low kick earlier. Inside low kick for Anderson. Saul comes heavy with an overhand left. Oh, southpaw Saul taking on the orthodox Anderson. Very sideways stance for Katie Saul. I've never seen any of her fights previously. I'm wondering if that's something she's always done or if that is something she picked up training at SBG. Got to be careful when you have a sideways stance like that, because if you overcommit on kicks, you leave yourself at a disadvantage, open to strikes, like Michelle Watterson did versus Rose Namajunas, or Holly Holm did against Amanda Nunes, getting knocked down by a high kick. Both fighters got stunned by high kicks that way. Anderson has Saul up against the cage, working the clinch. Knee lands for Anderson. Now knee to the thigh. Saul throws a knee of her own. Now you got foot stomps by Anderson. Knees to the right side of the thigh, or right thigh of Saul by Anderson. More stomps by Anderson. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, I have Anderson in this fight. So 2 for 3 so far in my picks. Kelly Huff subscribed to the channel. Thank you very much, Kelly Huff. Welcome to the scene. So Anderson around the back of Katie Saul now. Anderson jumping onto the back of Katie Saul. Up high, has both hooks in, looking to get the figure 4 body lock on Katie Saul. She has the figure 4 locked in. She's going for a standing rear naked choke. She likes to go for these flying standing submissions, but now they're down to the ground. Anderson has that figure 4 lock firmly in. She has her arm around the chin of Katie Saul, but hasn't quite gotten it under. She might have to readjust here. She's still fighting for it though. Katie Saul trying to fight it off and also land some punches up top to the head of Anderson. Oh, Anderson looking like she's getting under the chin now of Katie Saul. If she can get her arm free. Now we're at a really bad angle camera-wise. Anderson switching around, taking mount on Katie Saul, trying to land some ground and pound, but goes right back to the back. Katie Saul trying to stand up, but looks like Anderson's going to keep her on the ground, at least on one knee. I'll tell you what, Anderson's length, she is long-bodied, long of limb. She is going to be able to give a lot of fighters trouble with that. Kelly Huff in the chat says, glad to find it. I love WMA. Well, so do we at the WMMA scene. And by we, I mean not just me. It's my channel, but everybody here. So Anderson still having the back of Katie Saul. Lets that figure four go for a second, but locks it right back up. 20 seconds left in the first round. Landing some punches to the head of Katie Saul. Katie Saul trying to wall walk her way around. Not sure what she's trying to do here, but fighting with the hands of Anderson. Anderson not going to get a finish here in this first round as time winds out. And there goes the end of the first round. Big question will be, Anderson had that body lock for a good bit of time in that first round. Will that tire her out at all? How is that going to affect her legs? Looking like a better, fuller crowd than when I was there in May at the Memorial Hall. They're showing the back take here by Anderson, the standing back take. Gets up there, using the cage to help her climb up there a little bit. Some of that ground and pound by Anderson before Saul tried to get back up. All right, so seconds are out. And here we go, start of the round number 2. Saul coming forward, taking the center of the cage. Throws up a push kick, countered by punch by Anderson. Another low kick by Saul. Anderson circling all around the cage there. Looked like she tried to go for an oblique kick to that lead leg of Saul. Saul coming forward with a 1-2. Maybe that was a 2-1. Anderson come forward with some punches, but looking like she was ready to change levels. Might have just been a feint. Ooh, nice counter punch by Anderson, but Saul comes forward with a nice jab. One thing I'm noticing about Saul, even though she has that sideways stance, she is heavier on the back foot than on the front. That usually means, when you see that with fighters, oh, Anderson taking down Saul. Now she's into the full guard of Saul. Saul closing that guard up, trying to stretch Anderson out. Anderson keeping low posture in the guard right now. Nice elbow there from bottom by Katie Saul. Saul opening up her guard, possibly sweeping, trying to sweep. Nope. Anderson looking to pass, but denied. Nice butterfly guard there by Katie Saul. Anderson really driving forward on Saul, but not landing too much ground and pound. Now she lands a couple punches. Saul is more active on the bottom with some punches. Nice elbow there. Saul locked up a figure 4 body lock from bottom, but didn't keep it for very long. Kelly Huff, yeah, these are atom weights. They do indeed look tiny. Although Anderson is fairly tall for an atom weight at 5'5". Although I think the tallest atom weight I've ever seen is Yuri Shim in Road FC. She is like 5'7". How she makes atom weight, I don't know. Well, it's more like 106 there because they go by the metric system. Anderson still in the full guard of Katie Saul. Minute 45 left in the second round here. Anderson not really able to get past the guard here of Katie Saul. Katie Saul keeping those feet firmly planted on the hips of Elise Anderson. Up, and the ref stops them. He's going to stand him back up. Anderson with an overhand right there. Just over a minute left in the second round here. Anderson going forward with another takedown. She gets it, but lands right back in the guard of Katie Saul. 45 seconds left on the clock. Anderson with a little bit better position to start, land a couple punches, but Katie Saul is able to get back to, now she has the guard closed up. They're up against the cage with their sides to the cage. We're getting a straight up and a straight vertical view of the action here. 20 seconds left. Katie Saul trying to land some elbows from the bottom to the head of Elise Anderson. Looks like less than 10 seconds left. Katie Saul possibly trying to go for an armbar here, or is she just trying to lock it up? Anderson at a weird angle. Anderson trying to work some ground and pound at the end of the round there. Katie Saul gets up. She's pretty happy with her performance in that round. Has her hands raised. Kelly Huff asking, does Angela Lee normally fight at 105? I just started getting into one not too long ago. So Angela Lee actually fights at 115. All of their division names are actually up one division from most elsewhere in the States. So Angela Lee fights at 115. Now, they're supposed to be fighting at a non-dehydrated weight. A lot of speculation on whether how effective that actually is or how much they actually enforce that. All right, so we started the third round here. Katie Saul coming forward on Elise Anderson. Elise Anderson circling around the outside there. Comes forward with some feints. A lot of feints by Katie Saul this time. Nice left lands for Katie Saul. The sideways stance of Katie Saul seeming to have some problem. Be a problem for Anderson, from what I'm seeing. Which actually I understand that sideways stance like that can be a tricky puzzle sometimes. About a minute into the third round here. Nice left lands for Katie Saul. Elise Anderson coming forward. Landing, was that a right? Maybe she left. One-two there by Katie Saul. Anderson coming forward, but leaving her punches down. That's leaving herself open to counters. Although she gets a right, she's driving forward on Katie Saul. Elise Anderson driving Saul to the cage, dropping levels, looking for the double leg. Clinching now against the fence. Katie Saul lands an elbow. Some knees to the thigh by Elise Anderson. Anderson getting a leg there, trying to trip Saul down to the ground. Nice head positioning there by Anderson. Some more knees to the thighs of Katie Saul. Some foot stomps. 2 minutes, 10 seconds in. Third round. If I were Elise Anderson, I would definitely try to work some striking in the clinch here. Throws an elbow up there. Yeah, if I were Elise Anderson, I have her slightly down on the striking in this round. Look, Katie Saul manages to spin Anderson around. Knee from the inside by Anderson. Anderson has her back against the cage, standing almost straight up and down. Saul with double underhooks on Elise Anderson. 2 minutes, 10 seconds left in the third and final round of this atomweight bout. Anderson trips Saul to the cage. Saul tried to fight it off with a wizard, but Anderson lands in the guard of Katie Saul. Anderson passes to side control now. Let's see what she can do from here with the minute and 50 seconds left in the third round. Anderson trying to pass to Mount. Not quite able to get it. She gets stuck back in the guard of Katie Saul. Katie Saul looking to land some strikes. Anderson now lands some short, choppy punches. Ooh, some nice punt elbows there for Katie Saul on the bottom. Trying to using her legs to create some distance on Anderson to land some punches. She has Elise Anderson's right arm trapped. So Anderson only able to work with one arm right now. As I say that, she gets her other arm free. Anderson trying to work some ground and pound of her own, isn't able to quite get the proper posture for it. Saul looking like she might be trying to go. Oh, Saul latches on a guillotine. Or trying to latch on a guillotine. Only one arm, though. Gives it up. Elbow lands for Saul. Anderson stands up in the guard. She's trying to rain down some punches. Trying to pass that guard, but gets right back into it. 15 seconds left. If I were Anderson, I would get busy to try to seal this round. Third round is going to end with Elise Anderson inside the full guard of Katie Saul. Both fighters holding up their hands. Anderson sticking her tongue out. She's looking pretty confident, or at least happy with her performance. Commission doctor checking out Katie Saul. She looks unscathed completely. Kelly Huff, since you just started getting into one, I believe it is next weekend. Yeah, next weekend, Friday the 16th. You're in the Midwest. It's going to be real early in the morning for you, but One Championship has one ladies fight. It's Indian fighter Asha Roka taking on One's Muay Thai and kickboxing champion. So 9, 6, 10, 4, 11, 1. Stamp Fairtex in an MMA fight. It'll be Stamp Fairtex's second official MMA bout. Asha Roka has actually taken a couple years off of MMA. She's 4-0 currently, but she is So that'll be an atom weight, one atom weight, really a straw weight bout. It's not the main event. It's not the co-main event. I think it might be like the third from last fight. Should be very interesting to watch. Stamp Fairtex is pretty beastly on the feet. So they're getting ready to announce the judges' scorecard. $30-27 Anderson. $29-28 Saul. Going to the split. 29-28. Elise Anderson, split decision. Two scores, one score 30-27, one score 29-28. Elise Anderson winning by split decision. So that makes the second win in a row for Elise Anderson. Oh, Felice Herrig is there. Not a big fan of that outfit she's wearing. Whatever. So yeah, second win in Invicta for Elise Anderson. A little over a year after her last fight. About 13 months after her last fight. All right, so we're getting ready to move up into the flyweight division. A couple of finishers here. This next fight, Geltmacher versus Leonardo. Let's bring up the stats. On Tapology. So Geltmacher, perfect 4-0. Victoria Leonardo, 5-1. Her lone loss coming to Miranda Maverick about a year ago. What the freak? Geltmacher fighting out of Oklahoma. Leonardo out of Louisiana. Don't have an age available for Leonardo. Geltmacher's 28. Both weighed in under the limit of 126. 125.7 for Leonardo. 125.5 for Geltmacher. Leonardo is the taller fighter, 5'4" to 5'1". However, both have a equal reach of 63 inches. So Victoria Leonardo about to make her way to the cage. Kelly Huff predicting Leonardo. So I actually picked Geltmacher for this one, but we'll see. While both fighters are making their entrance, I'm going to take a quick restroom break here. Be back in 2 minutes or less. So we'll be right back. All right, so we're back just in time for tail of the tape. To do 5-5 to 5-1. Oh, according to the tail of the tape, Leonardo has a 3-inch reach advantage, 66 inches to 63 for Geltmacher. Topology was wrong. It had 63 for both. So good to know. Leonardo fighting out of Shreveport, Louisiana. So both of these fighters are very aggressive. Both like to go for the finish. Now, Geltmacher had a successful win by TKO over Kerry Kennison last year. Then her last fight was a decision over Liz Tracy. Whereas Leonardo has finished her last 3 fights. Rear naked choke submission, rear naked choke over Jamie Milanowski and Invicta earlier this year. And then she got an armbar over Malin Hermansen at Bellator a few months, like several months back. I don't think I ever got to watch that fight. It was on the dark prelims. Both coming out forward, very aggressive. Ooh, 1-2 lands for Leonardo. Geltmacher throwing some hands, goes for a takedown, doesn't get it. Leonardo throwing some more hands now. Both are going at it. A lot of action within the first 20 seconds of this first round. Geltmacher being very aggressive, looking for the takedown. She gets it right at the Hannibal Buress post. Leonardo back to her feet, but eating some punches on her way. Fighters split up. Leonardo throws a jab, but is answered by 1-2 from Geltmacher. Leonardo, the lengthier, rangier fighter, but Geltmacher not afraid to get in there and throw leather. Freak. Nice knee there lands for Geltmacher. Leonardo trying to keep at range there against a very strong Geltmacher. Nice jab there by Leonardo. Now see, Geltmacher's making a mistake. She's putting her head down. Geltmacher coming forward with some heavy punches though against Leonardo. I was about to say she's making the mistake of putting her head down when she's coming forward throwing punches. Leonardo able to turn that clinch around, taking the outside of the clinch against the cage. Nice knee there for Leonardo. Ooh, nice right hand there by Leonardo. Ooh, stiff jab by Leonardo. Geltmacher coming forward with some punches, but Leonardo managing to keep it on the outside. 1-2 lands for Leonardo. Both of these fighters are very solidly built. Geltmacher's slightly more bottom heavy, but she's beefy in the shoulders as well. Leonardo has some very beefy shoulders. So Geltmacher, making the right smart choice here. When she's coming forward, she's kind of coming forward aggressively. She's just coming in and she's waving the hands, throwing the hands in circular motion. But, I mean, she is trying to find the ways to get in on the inside there. Leonardo going high with a push kick, or front kick rather. Doesn't quite find its mark. Geltmacher driving forward again. Oh, nice left hand lands for Geltmacher. Both fighters fighting orthodox. Nice cross jab by Leonardo. Oh, nice right hand by Leonardo. Backs Geltmacher up in the middle of her combo. Geltmacher coming forward, just being very aggressive with the punches, doing what she, basically just throwing leather to get on the inside. Another nice right hand by Leonardo. Geltmacher again driving forward into the clinch against the cage. But Leonardo able to turn it back around, lands a nice jab on the split. Don Brady asking, are we going to run these down for those who can't watch? Yeah, I will be doing a review later. Geltmacher coming forward with more punches. Leonardo backs out of the way. And there goes the end of the first round. Not sure who's bleeding. Somebody's bleeding. Oh, Geltmacher's bleeding from her nose. Corner working on that nose of Geltmacher. There goes Ring Boy Elias Theodoro. Oh, looks like Leonardo had some bleeding out of her nose too. And Cutman working the end swell. Yeah, both fighters, bloody noses. Nice to see. I'm not gonna lie, that was an action-packed first round. Elisa Zapatella tweeting on the screen, nice win, Elise Anderson. I want to fight you next. Let's see who's the best atomweight to come out of Michigan is. Ooh, Zapatella throwing down the challenge. Looking for the just bleed. All right, they're getting ready to start round two. Geltmacher rushing across the cage there. Throwing some hands. Oh, Geltmacher being very aggressive with the hands this round. Leonardo with the jab, but Geltmacher just coming forward with the aggression. Geltmacher, the much more Leonardo, the much more technical striker, but Geltmacher is just coming forward with straight swinging and aggression. Geltmacher with head and arm throw straight to mount on Leonardo. Goes to side control. Now she takes the back of Leonardo. Geltmacher has the back of Victoria Leonardo. "50 seconds into the second round. Geltmacher on the back of Victoria Leonardo. Leonardo trying to fight it off. Geltmacher going for that rear naked choke. She has one hook in. She's readjusting. Leonardo bleeding out of her nose again. Leonardo spinning, rolling over, trying to fight off that rear naked choke. Geltmacher landed some punches. Goes for the choke again. Victoria Leonardo in trouble right here. Oh, nope. She's about to get Geltmacher off of her. Victoria Leonardo now in the guard of Stephanie Geltmacher. Geltmacher tries to kick her off. Tries to readjust for a takedown again to get Leonardo back on her ground. But now Victoria Leonardo possibly trying to take the back of Geltmacher. Doesn't quite get it. Geltmacher still holding on. Victoria Leonardo landing some punches and elbows to the head of Leonardo. Geltmacher bleeding out of her nose as well. Still has the leg of Victoria Leonardo, not giving that leg up. But she's got the ankle now. Now Victoria Leonardo landed some punches, backing Geltmacher up to the cage. Oh, they split, and Geltmacher landed some punches to Leonardo. Gets the clinch, landing two nice knees. A nice knee from Leonardo. Leonardo on the outside of the clinch against the fence. Lands a couple punches to the breadbasket of Geltmacher. Geltmacher trying to punch on her way out of the clinch. Both fighters back to the center of the octagon. First whiskey of the night. Geltmacher looking busted up. Also starting to look a little tired. Leonardo bleeding out of her nose as well. Geltmacher coming forward with some punches. Leonardo trying to counter. Backs Geltmacher up against the cage with some punches and then clinches with her. I have Geltmacher slightly ahead this round, but Leonardo could possibly take it in this last minute and 35 seconds. If she can get some strong clinch work in. But man, Geltmacher just relentless with her aggression, coming forward, winging those punches. Oh, nice kick, side kick lands for Leonardo. Made Geltmacher pause for a little bit. Some punches land. Push kick from to the belly by Leonardo. About 45 seconds left in the second round. Oh, Geltmacher comes forward, and Leonardo drops her with a kick to the stomach. Geltmacher coming forward, getting very wild now. Leonardo able to more effectively counter. Leonardo going high with a kick. Geltmacher coming forward, more punches, driving Leonardo to the cage with about 15 seconds left now. But Leonardo able to turn it around, lands a nice knee to the belly. Excuse me. And there goes the end of the second round. Stephanie Geltmacher looking very tired, gripping the cage. Bleeding very heavily out of the nose. There in the corner, Stephanie Geltmacher. Cutman using up all his swabs on Geltmacher. Leonardo back in her corner. They got the end swell on over that right eye again, or underneath that right eye. Going to be a hard fight to judge. Showing some of the replays, and yeah, Geltmacher just relentlessly aggressive. But that was a very nice side kick to the jaw of Geltmacher by Leonardo. They're showing it. Man, it was so good they had to replay it twice there. So, start of the third and final round, flyweight match. Nice counter there by Leonardo. Low kick lands for Geltmacher. Another low kick by Geltmacher, countered by Leonardo. Geltmacher coming forward with the punches. Leonardo with the 1-2. Low kick lands for Geltmacher. Geltmacher coming forward, lands one, but countered by Leonardo. Geltmacher come forward, or excuse me, Leonardo lands some 1-2s, countered by Geltmacher. Those were two damn close rounds. Probably going to have to give Geltmacher the second because of being close to finishing. I'm glad I'm not a judge tonight. Nice jab by Leonardo. Geltmacher coming forward, some more punches. I think one made its mark. Leonardo trying to go high with the side kick again. Kelly Huff saying it could come down to this round. I agree. So far, I have Leonardo landing the better strikes. I mean, but I'll tell you what, judges like that aggressiveness. Nice side kick to the body by Leonardo. Geltmacher comes forward, lands some punches. Although I'll tell you what, Geltmacher is leaking bad in the face. I think it's more than just her nose. She's got a cut above her eye, it looks like, or underneath her left eye. So, I mean, it just depends on what the judges want to see. I'll tell you what, that white mat is getting dirty, that white zebra mat. Nice counter jab by Leonardo, but Geltmacher lands the left anyway. Left hook. Geltmacher coming forward, swinging. Nice counters by Leonardo, though. 2 minutes, 15 seconds left in the third and final round. Both are in the center of the octagon right now. Geltmacher swinging. Leonardo content to try to counter. Nice 1-2 there by Leonardo. So Geltmacher being very sloppier than in the first couple rounds right now with her striking. And, Leonardo goes high with a kick. Kind of blocked by Geltmacher. Another 1-2 lands for Leonardo. Minute 10 seconds left. Side kick to the body by Leonardo. If I were Stephanie Geltmacher, I would try to work her way forward and try to go for a takedown, because right now she's getting very effectively countered by Leonardo. Question is, does she have the gas tank, though? Someone on Sherdog saying, easy fight of the night here. I don't disagree. Another 1-2 lands for Leonardo. She is effectively picking Geltmacher apart in this third round. 13 seconds left. Geltmacher with the 1-2 combo and then a high kick to finish it. None of them really land. Geltmacher coming forward relentlessly, trying to seal this round for her. But again, Leonardo, very nice countering, but Geltmacher come forward relentlessly still. That's the end of the round, end of the fight. Man, Geltmacher is busted up. That cut man is earning his pay on this fight. Damn good fight, y'all. Damn good fight. Very nice. Yeah, Kelly Huff, I agree. Great fight. Hey, for you guys that are watching, if you could help me out with some likes there. We got 6 viewers, only 2 likes so far. If you could help me out with the thumbs ups, I'd greatly appreciate it. Gonna go back, bring this back up here. So the cut man, so Geltmacher has a nice cut above her eye. And of course, she's got swabs up both nostrils. Victoria Leonardo has a nice shiner underneath her right eye, which is, of course, what the cutmen were working on between rounds. But other than that, she looks to be coming out very nice. I guess she wears the damage well. Getting some replays now. If Geltmacher can clean up her striking, which, I mean, I understand it's hard when you're fighting a lengthy, you know, rangy fighter like that, who's a lot taller and has a better range. I'm not sure what they're doing. Okay. I thought my stream had maybe froze for a second. All right, so we got an official decision. They're reading the decision, but they don't. They're both being Geltmacher is being worked on so much by the cutman. Ref's not even gonna. (29-28) Leonardo. (29-28) Geltmacher. Another split. (29-28) Winner Stephanie Geltmacher out of the red corner. Wow. So Stephanie Geltmacher improves to 5-0. Victoria Leonardo falls to 5-2. I'm not sure I agree with that decision. I mean, hey, I picked Geltmacher, so that leaves me almost flawless tonight. But man, I'm not sure I agree with that call. I thought Geltmacher in there with Laura Sanko. Geltmacher, I don't think she can believe it. Very happy. So, you know, happy for her, I guess. Sucks for Victoria Leonardo. I'll tell you what, though. If they don't get a fight of the night bonus for this, holy crap. I can't even imagine what the other fights are going to be like if this, for this to not be end up being fight of the night. It'll be insane. Yeah, Kelly Huff says bad call in my opinion. Yeah, I probably saw it for Leonardo myself. I guess, but you know what? Like I said, judges like aggression and they like that forward movement. Jay on Sherdog forums, the admin, says Dana would not sign her if this play took place on a Contender Series because of that decision. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of agree. Like, that's one of those, like, ones where she won the decision, but probably did not win the fight. And like that was last week or the week before, where Dana White on the Contender Series was like, "Yeah, I would have given it to the one guy had he won the decision, but he didn't, so I'm not going to sign him. I'm not signing a winner either. It was like just so weird. It's like, why you got to sign the guy off the win? Like if you thought that he should have won, and you'd have signed him had he won. Wow. So who is this?
Yes, sir. After re-adding the scores and looking at the individual rounds, we realized that we gave you the wrong edition.
Whoa! Leonardo won the fight.
So the winner of the fight is Victoria Leonardo.
They added up the scores wrong.
All right, so
and the crowd is pissed.
Victoria Leonardo, but that does not take away the performance of Stephanie Geltmacher.
The crowd is pissed. You could hear the crowd. They were in an uproar. Must have been a heavy Victoria Leonardo. Now she's in the center of the octagon. Looks like Zorosenko going back in to talk to her. The crowd was pissed. They must have been happy. So the commissioner coming in saying, oh, we read the cards wrong. This is, oh man, you know, so they moved from the Missouri side of the river to the Kansas side, and you thought some of the bad decisions were going to disappear. And definitely, I think the referees on the Kansas side are better. I definitely think, yeah, the Kansas referees are better. But man, now a reversal. Or excuse me, not a reversal. They added up the scores wrong. Or read them wrong. I don't know what's going on. Shenanigans, you know, get the brooms out, as they would say on South Park. I don't know what to say about that. Wow. I agree that Leonardo probably won. I'm not going to complain. I mean, I had Geltmacher picked, so now I'm down to 1, 2, 3 and 2 in my picks so far. But man, this has been a crazy night of fights. Great fights all night so far from Invicta. And there were some saying that this was not a good-looking card for them. Okay, well, I guess some cards you can't judge by how they look on paper. Holy crap. So I can't believe it. They called the wrong winner. Mark P. from WMA News on Twitter says, I would be happy with a draw. This is before the decision got read. He said, I would be happy with a draw. No way I can call this. Hope they both are medically cleared for the Phoenix Rising series. Oh, man, that's right, because next Phoenix Rising series is a flyweight card. Yeah, both should definitely be on that card, I hope. I can't wait for that. Yeah. Next Phoenix Rising series is going to be at flyweight. Crazy fight between. Next up is going to be an atomweight fight. I'm looking forward to it. Only to be turned around due to bad math, we're going to say. Leonardo wins in what must surely be fight of the night. Hashtag Invicta FC 36. All right. Got to stay up on social media, right, guys? I mean, sorry I took so long to do that. Kelly Huff, by far the most active in chat. Eric Allen Castro, are you still around? Okay, so your winner by decision, Victoria Leonardo. I'm not sure. So Tapology has it Geltmacher. Let's see if they switched it yet. Oh, they reversed it. So it was a unanimous decision for Victoria Leonardo. Wow. Crazy. So next up, we have an atomweight bout between Jessica Del Boni of Brazil, 8-1, versus Lindsay Van Zant, 6-1. Van Zant, both Invicta and Bellator veteran. She's coming off a rear naked choke technical submission win over Reina in Bellator at Madison Square Garden. Looking at the stats, 8-1 for Del Boni, 6-1 for Damsel. Del Boni fighting out of Niterói, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Van Zant out of Wappinger Falls, New York, training out of Precision MMA. Van Zant is older by 26 years, 3 days, like a month, 26 to 25. Both weighed in under the limit, 105.7 for Van Zant, 105.4 for Del Boni. Del Boni reaching closer to 105 than Van Zant, which is surprising. Del Boni having fought most of her career at strawweight. However, Van Zant, the taller fighter by 1 inch, 5'2" to 5'1", and has a longer reach, 65 inches to 62 for Del Boni, according to Tapology. And Del Boni trains out of Piranha Valley Tudo. Correct me if I'm wrong. That is the team that, yes, it is indeed the same team as Jessica Bate Estaca Andrade, along with Mariana Moraes. I think the Pitbull brothers train out of there, or have in the past. Carol Rosa is about to make her debut at the UFC Shenzhen card. Who else? Oh, Priscilla Cachera is out of there. Estela Nunez, she's about to make her UFC debut. The one championship veteran, Estela Nunez, former one championship title challenger. Bunch of fighters trained out of Piranha Valley Tudo. Piranha. Del Boni making her way to the cage. Now. Kelly Huff says she's got Lindsay Van Zant for this. Yes, my pick is also for Van Zant in this one. I'm kind of worried that she might get bullied by Del Boni. Del Boni having more experience fighting at strawweight. I mean, maybe she just fought there because it was easier to get fights at strawweight in Brazil. I don't know. I think both of her, this is her second fight for Invicta, and her last fight for them was at atom weight. So Rob Tatum, at Rob Tatum 303, has a picture of the actual scorecards for Leonardo and Geltmacher. Laura Sanko tweeting out, tail of the tape. Okay, 64-inch reach for Van Zant, according to the tail of the tape, to 62 for Jessica Del Boni. Van Zant is taller by 1 inch. That's unusual for her. Even at atom weight, she's a bit on the short side. Laura Sanko tweeted out, weird ending should not take away from that fight. Quite fitting, actually, that both were announced as winners because that's exactly how I felt. What a fight, in all caps. I have to agree with, yeah. Lorisenko there. Lorisenko also tweeting out, well, that was weird. As someone who grew up in Kansas, I can honestly say we're normally better at math than that. JFC. But credit to the commission for owning it and correcting the mistake. Anyway, I'm going to get off Twitter. So they just announced Lindsey Van Zandt. About to announce Jessica Del Boni. Del Boni, not normally what I would, does not sound like a typical Brazilian last name. But Brazil is a very, very diverse country. So who knows what background that name could be. It's not, doesn't sound like a typical Portuguese name though. So the Soul Patch ref is back in action for this one. All right, started the first round of the second of 2 atomweight fights tonight. Van Zandt with a spinning kick that whiffs. Yeah, Van Zandt definitely the skinnier of the 2 fighters. Nice knee lands for Van Zandt, though. Del Boni looking more solidly built. Van Zandt's last fight was at a 112 catchweight. Oh, takedown, or rather a trip. Van Zandt kind of just fell. Del Boni standing over her right now, almost falls on her feet from some kicks from the guard by Van Zandt. Del Boni kicking to the thighs of Van Zandt, possibly trying to find a way, looking to find a way in. Going to have to wonder how much the ref's going to let this go. Excuse me. So Van Zandt being very effective with these kicks off of her back, not letting Del Boni in, landing a lot of them to the knees of Del Boni to keep her distance. Del Boni throwing the occasional kick to the thighs of Van Zandt. Del Boni almost gets tripped up trying to get in there again. I'm surprised the referee's letting this one go. And you got to wonder, it's been going on a while. You got to wonder how the judges are scoring it. Van Zandt went to try to get up for real quick, but Del Boni not letting her. And there goes the ref. Oh, ref paused it to let Del Boni fix her skirt. Ooh, Van Zandt trapped the ankle of Del Boni. Looked like she was going to try to go for a takedown off of it, but gets back up to her feet instead. So they're back to the neutral position in the center of the cage. 1-2 from Van Zandt. Del Boni catches the leg of Van Zandt from body kick. Again catches the leg of Van Zandt. Van Zandt pulling guard. Van Zandt going to the rubber guard. Very nice rubber guard from Damsel Van Zandt, getting working for mission control, but could possibly go for a triangle from. Nah, I don't know if she can get the triangle from here. Van Zandt turning to the side, going for an omoplata. Looks like. Could she possibly get a go-go from here? I don't think she can. I think Del Boni's too close, but Van Zandt, nice use of the rubber guard against Del Boni. Has her right foot on the waist of Del Boni. Del Boni has both arms locked around the waist of Van Zandt. Not really doing much from top here, though. So Van Zandt switching legs. Nope, goes right back to the right. Now going for... You got to say at this point that Van Zandt is more active with the grappling from the bottom than Del Boni is on top. She did land a couple punches just a second ago to the body of Van Zant. Van Zant trying to put that butterfly in, trying to create some space. Van Zant kind of stuck against the cage, grabbing – oh, Van Zant's grabbing the cage just now. Probably going to end up having to score this. Van Zant going up high with the guard again. She could be looking at a possible triangle here. 38 seconds left in the first round. Can Van Zant get a triangle from here? Some punches landed to the head of Van Zant for Delboni. Van Zant has a triangle locked in. If she can get that arm out and across, she can lock up that triangle really nice. Van Zant has a triangle locked in. If she can get her left arm free from, there she goes. Van Zant has her left arm free. 10 seconds left in the first round. Reverses the triangle position now. Delboni landed punches, but the first round is going to end with Delboni in the triangle of Van Zant. That's going to be another tough one to score. I mean, Delboni spent the majority of time on top. However, yeah, it's going to be a hard one to score. I'm not going to lie. That's a tough round to score. I mean, Delboni had the superior positioning for majority of the round. However, like when Delboni was standing over Van Zant was just as active with her kicks as still, I would say even in the grappling, Van Zant was more active. All right, start of the second round here. Delboni coming forward, Van Zant circling around the outside. Nice low kick lands for Delboni. Follows it up with some punches. Van Zant trying to come forward, but getting countered by Delboni. Oh, Delboni come forward with some more punches. Van Zant with a takedown now. Gets Delboni to the ground, but isn't very effective, but lands some punches on Delboni as Delboni comes up. Delboni lands a couple punches in return. Going to be tough to score that for Van Zant. I mean, wasn't a very effective takedown. Wasn't able to keep her down there. Delboni throws out some punches that whiff, but lands an inside low kick. Van Zant throws another kick that was caught by Delboni and countered with some punches. Delboni, the one moving forward, which we all know the judges like to favor, or tend to favor. Another body kick by Van Zant is caught by Delboni, but lands some more punches, but lets go of it. She's going to have to give up on that side kick, is Van Zant. Nice, another takedown by Van Zant. This time she's able to pass the guard more effectively. Gets to side control on Delboni with 2 minutes, 57 seconds left. Elbow lands for Van Zant. She is now in north-south. And keeping her hips low to balance Delboni, to effectively balance out on Delboni. So Delboni's on the bottom with Van Zant still in north-south. Van Zandt looking to lock up the head of Delboni. Oh, effective, nice back take by Van Zandt as Delboni moves around. Hopefully she's got one hook in, but she's got to reposition herself because she's about to slide off. Oh, she's there she is on the back of Delboni now against the cage, looking to sink in that second choke. 2 minutes left in the second round. Damn, I wish I was there for this event. This has been very eventful event. Van Zandt still on the back of Delboni. She's got one hook in. Delboni could possibly turn it around here. Nope. Van Zandt gets that second hook in, fighting the hands of Van Zandt. Van Zandt now lands that figure 4 body lock on Delboni. Van Zandt trying to get her head around to escape. All right. Van Zandt fully on the back now of Delboni. Was able to get out the side, to get her head out the side. Kelly Huff says, I gave Delboni round 1. Yeah, I'm going to have to give that first round to Delboni, knowing how these judges score. If it were whole fight scoring, I would have Van Zandt ahead right now, but it's round by round. Van Zandt still has that figure 4 body lock on Delboni. Oh, she gave it up for a second. She might go back to it. She does. She's trying to clear the head and neck of Delboni. She switches sides on that figure 4 body lock. Still trying to go for the rear naked choke, but Delboni fighting it off effectively. Arm around the chin, over the chin of Delboni now. She might have to just go for the chin lock, just squeeze on that jaw of Delboni. She might be able to get it this way. 23 seconds left in the round. Now switching sides. Delboni very effectively fighting the hands and wrists of Van Zandt. Van Zandt now going possibly for an armbar here at the end of the round. Yeah, Van Zandt going for an armbar here at the end of the round. She's not going to get it, though, before the end. Just swung her leg around as the bell sounded to end the second round. So my unofficial scorecard, I'm going to give it 1-1. It's 19-19 for each fighter. Van Zandt getting some advice from her corner, trying to effectively control her breathing. Delboni getting Vaseline reapplied in her corner, getting some advice from her coach. I'm going to send out a quick tweet here. All right, we're getting ready to start the third round. Delboni coming forward on Van Zandt again. Van Zandt circling around. Delboni lands a takedown on Van Zandt. Effectively just rushes her to the ground. Delboni in the full guard of Van Zandt. Van Zandt has one butterfly in. Sole of her foot on the left side hip of Van Zandt, or Delboni. So Delboni in the full guard of Lindsey Van Zandt. Van Zandt trying to work something up, but she's got Van Zandt pinned against the side of the cage. Van Zandt trying to work from the bottom, but she's kind of stuck right now. She's being bullied. So Van Zandt currently looked like she was going for an omoplata. Kind of shut down Del Boni's game for a minute. Trying to control the wrist and arms of Del Boni is Van Zandt from the bottom. But Del Boni has both arms locked around the waist of Van Zandt. The ref decides they are at a stalemate, so the ref stops them and stands them back up. 3 minutes left in the third and final round. So far, I have Del Boni up in this third and final round. If I were Van Zandt, I'd look to try to set up a takedown. Del Boni whiffs on a low kick, lands another one. Del Boni so far with the more effective striking, from what I can see, halfway through the third and final round. Van Zandt has a slight reach advantage and height advantage, but you wouldn't know it from the striking so far. They're clinching. Del Boni drives Van Zandt against the cage in the clinch. 2 minutes, 15 seconds left. Del Boni still has Van Zandt pressed up against the cage. Van Zandt trying to fight her way around, circle out of it. Del Boni seems to be the stronger of the two. All right, they break up the clinch. They're back to center cage. Minute 25 left. Van Zandt goes spinning back kick. Lands on the arm of Del Boni. Van Zandt looked to dive for a takedown, but blocked by Del Boni, who answered with some strikes. Minute left to go in the third and final round. I think Van Zandt is definitely going to need a takedown. Van Zandt kind of starts but whiffs on a spinning back fist, it looked like. Del Boni drives her forward into the cage. 50 seconds left. Damsel is going to need to do something badly here, or she's going to be 0-2 in Invicta FC. Del Boni landing knees. Damsel Van Zandt looked to go for a trip, but unable to get it against the fence. Still trying to possibly go for that trip, but just unable to get it. Del Boni can't get Del Boni off balance. Del Boni had that arm around her hip. Looked like Van Zandt pulled guard again, trying to go for the triangle again this time, with probably not enough time to get it. I definitely don't see. Yeah, going into the final seconds, that is the end of the third round. Del Boni looking very confident she won it. Van Zandt not looking too disappointed. Probably going to have a unanimous decision for Jessica Del Boni. I think that'll make her 2-0 in Invicta. Oh, that would improve her to 1-1 in Invicta. She lost her first fight there to Ashley Cummins by unanimous decision. Then she went back to Brazil, got a win in Shooter, Brazil by split decision. Yeah, I was worried about Jessica Del Boni being more solidly built and stronger than Van Zandt, and it definitely seems to be the case. Also, Van Zandt's striking just wasn't very effective. I mean, you'd think she was the lengthy, like slightly taller, barely, and slight reach advantage, ever so slight reach advantage, but Del Boni seemed the more effective striker of the two as well. So. All right, still waiting on the decision. I got to make sure his volume's low enough. that doesn't get picked up too much over the microphone. So after this will be our co-main event. $29-28 Del Boni. $29-28 for Van Zant. Another split. Out of the red corner, Jessica Del Boni wins by split decision. I mean, got my hopes up for a Van Zant win, but yeah, not surprised that she got the decision. Actually, I'm very surprised that a judge gave it to Van Zant. Kelly Huff says, gotta love Lindsay though. Definitely. Van Zant is she seems like such a sweetheart, and she has the funniest Northeast accent, like New York, but New England accent. Like, I'm not sure where she is exactly from in New York. But when you hear her talk, it's an interesting little accent. She does seem like a sweetheart. And she's actually one of the smaller atom weights. She says she walks around at 112, which means she cuts little to no weight. She could probably gets most all the way down to atom weight just by dieting. Because there are definitely some big atom weights that cut a lot of weight. Michelle Watterson was getting down from like 20 pounds from the start of her camp to when she fought at atom weight. Sometimes 25 pounds. We're getting ready to preview Emily Ducote versus Janessa Morandin. Janessa Morandin with her second straight weight miss at strawweight. She tried to debut in Invicta as an atom weight, and that did not work out at all. She missed weight by so much that they had to cancel her fight. And then in May, she was supposed to fight in the Phoenix Rising series, which you can see the poster behind me, and she missed, so badly that they couldn't allow her to fight. Richard Reyes in the chat says, I want to throw my Del Boni in that Del Boni. Ah, cute. Real cute. Okay, that's your taste. I mean, whatever. I mean, I'm not going to block guys in the chat. I kind of fall in the mode of the MMA holes that, I'm not going to get mad at people for expressing some opinions in the chat. So that is kind of funny, actually. Kelly Huff says, evil princess can't make weight. So evil. I don't know if it's, evilness or incompetence. So let's look at the break down the stats of this fight. Co-main event, strawweight division. What's supposed to be strawweight. Ducote 7-5, Morandin 10-2. Morandin coming off a loss to Verna Jandiroba just under a year ago. That was for the strawweight title. I believe. Ducote coming off a win 6 months ago at XFN to Catherine Paprocki by rear naked choke. Before that, she lost 3 straight at flyweight in Bellator. Ducote, older fighter by 1 year, 25 to 24. Mirandon weighed in at 119.6, so 3.6 pounds over the absolute limit of straw weight of 116. Ducote weighed in at 115.8. Ducote, the taller fighter, by 2 inches, 5'2 to 5'0. She was definitely short as a flyweight, but fits relatively in there okay as a straw weight. 63-inch reach for Ducote. Not sure about Mirandon. For some reason, it's not available on Tapology. So while Mirandon makes her way to the cage, dancing, getting ready to get checked out, I'm going to take a quick restroom break, guys. I'll be right back. All right, so we're back. Okay, so guys, I have a dehumidifier running in the background because, you know, Pennsylvania humidity is just an absolute bitch. If it's coming over the mic, it shouldn't, because it's far enough away and it's behind the mic that it shouldn't come over. But if it does, let me know and I'll shut it off real quick. Missed the tail of the tape there, I think. Wanted to see the reach for Mirandon. Oh, Miranda's fighting out of ATT, Coconut Creek, Florida. That's the main ATT headquarters. I was thinking she was traveling all the way from Brazil like Del Boni, but no, she really has, I don't know what's going on with that, with her missing weight all the time. I think, if I remember correctly, Shannon Knapp has a policy where if you miss weight like 3 times for a weight class, that it's automatic move up time. Personally, for me, it'd be like 2. Well, there's some pics circulating from Elise Anderson's. We'll get to that in a minute. Start of the fight. Mirandon circling around the outside. Ducote in the center. Mirandon moving around very light on her feet. Ducote standing a little more, not necessarily flat-footed, but not as busy on the feet, not feinting as much as Mirandon. Mirandon very busy with the feints. I think Ducote's gotten some more tattoos since the last time I saw her. Fighters love their tattoos, that's for damn sure. Miranda's still circling around. Gordina throws a low kick that whiffs on it. Gordina being Emily Ducote's nickname. Oh, nice counter right lands for Gordina. Violent Violin on Sherdog says, how is it the chick with the nickname Gordina, which is Portuguese for fatty or Brazilian for fatty, was the one who made weight? He's got a damn good point. Can't deny him there. Nice right there for Mirandin. 3 minutes, 10 seconds left in the first round. Left lands for Mirandin. Couple of rights from Ducote, Gordina. Ducote goes up with a high with a kick. Ducote's starting to come forward a little bit now with the striking. Nice counter there by Mirandin. The inside of the left thigh of Mirandin has a nice red welt on it, but the outside of Gordina's left leg is looking red as well. Remember, Ducote was in the initial flyweight title fight of Bellator in a rematch against Alimale McFarland, with McFarland coming out with the win in that, of course. I believe that was by decision, and I think it was the first fight between the two that had McFarland winning by finish. So both fighters showing some damage from the leg kicks, from the low kicks. Minute 15 left in the first round. Ducote switching to southpaw temporarily, going back to orthodox. Nice 1-2 there by... Oh! Ducote drops Miranda with a punch. She jumps on top, lands some more punches. The ref sees enough. Ducote with the finish. Ducote with the first round TKO of Janeza Mirandin. Ducote, success. Emily Gordina Ducote, successful Invicta FC debut over Janeza Evil Princess Mirandin. Damn, that was fast. Mirandin, I don't think she even knows what hit her yet. She's sitting down on a bench in her corner. I wasn't even sure what punch landed at first. And then Ducote, killer instinct. Nice killer instinct there to jump on top and go for the finish. Nice win for Emily Ducote. Not sure if that's going to be a TKO or KO. We'll have to wait for the official announcement. They just showed the replay and I missed it. But she jumps on top. Miranda was kind of already out. She fell hard. It was a right straight that dropped her. Miranda kind of fell to all fours, or kind of fell up to her butt weird. I'm going to show it again. Right straight. She caught the low kick, landed it. The right straight off catching the kick. Miranda fell to all fours. Ducote jumped on top and just rained down more rights that put Miranda out. Good sportsmanship being shown between the two. So the white American girl with the Portuguese nickname beats the Brazilian via first round finish. So they're calling it win by knockout. I missed the official time. 4 minutes, 3 seconds of round one. Winner by knockout, Emily Gordina Ducote. Nice finish. Kelly Huff says so happy for her. You know what? I'm glad that Ducote is back at her proper weight class. She was undersized at flyweight. I mean, she had a good record there in Bellator up until those last 3 fights. I mean, she took those losses to who were those losses to? Ilima McFarland lost a split decision to Christina Williams, and then lost a unanimous decision to Vida Ortega. And Vida Ortega's tough, man. I'll tell you what, I did not give her any chance in that fight against Ilima McFarland. She gave Ilima McFarland a tough time. So Ducote then drops back down to strawweight, fights at XFN 356 in February, picks up a third-round finish over Catherine Paprocki, and then comes out with a first-round finish of Janessa Mirandin in her Invicta FC debut. Nice win for Ducote. I'll tell you what, if she picks up a win or two like that, one more win or two like that in Invicta or elsewhere, we could possibly see Ducote in the UFC at strawweight. And I'd be very happy for that. I would not be disappointed at all. So September 6th, Phoenix Series 2. October 4th, Invicta FC 37, Fry versus Cummins. And then November 1st, Invicta FC 38, Porto versus Rodriguez. That'll be for the flyweight title. I believe that is Porto's first scheduled defense. So September 6th, October 4th, November 1st. Where's my damn pen? September 6th, October 4th, 9, 6, 10, 4, 11, 1. All right, so I had Ducote picked in that one, so another good pick for me. And it's going to be main event time. Vacant featherweight title fight. Or excuse me, featherweight fight for the vacant title. Pam Bam Sorensen taking on the striking Viking, Caitlin Young. We'll get to the stats in a second here. So looking over my picks, I picked Collie to win. That was wrong. Harp did win. Salmons won. Anderson won. Geltmacher lost. Van Zandt lost. Ducote wins. So out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'm 4 for 7 so far tonight. If Sorensen wins, I escape with a 500 record tonight on my picks. So come on, Caitlin Young. I'll tell you what, though. Sorensen's got a great story coming into this fight. You know, she lost that last fight against Felicia Spencer for the title last year at, what was it, Invicta 31, 32. Then she finds out she has an ovarian cyst in her stomach, and this thing was like bigger than my fist, I believe. I don't know where they found that inside of her. It's coming back from a pretty serious cancer scare there. So if Sorensen wins, that'll be a great comeback story for her. On the other hand, Caitlin Young coming in, 10-9-1. She returned to MMA last year, last August, with a losing record in MMA. She was 7-8-1, or no, 7-9-1. Came back with a sub 500 record, wins 3 straight to get her record back up over that 500 mark, and this would be a great cap to the comeback story for her as well. Caitlin Young coming out with the traditional headdress rope for Muay Thai practitioners. Young also served for a little while as the matchmaker for Invicta after Julie Kedzie stepped down. I believe that was for Kedzie to finish her studies in school. Caitlin Young fighting out of Humboldt Treecraft and Redwood Muay Thai. She is a Muay Thai stylist. So yeah, both fighters coming into this fight with a great comeback story. So Caitlin Young in the ring in the blue corner. Going to get ready for Pam Bam Sorensen to come out. About 3 minutes, 3 hours, 20 minutes into the stream and into the event. Still going strong, guys. Still going strong. Let's go. As my Korean friends would say, fighting. Get this last fight in. And then we'll conclude this stream. On my only drink of the night, a cast strength rye by my friends at Liberty Pole Spirits. They came out with this batch 2 years ago for the Washington Whiskey Rebellion Festival in Washington, Pennsylvania. I just finished off this bottle with this drink. Right around 2 ounces left. Very nice rye whiskey. And they came out with another cast strength rye for this year's festival that turned out really nice too. Not as much whiskey talk this time. I'm not drinking so heavily tonight. I got to work tomorrow at an office different from my usual office, so got to hold back on the drinks a little bit. All right, so Sorensen about to step into the cage for the main event. So both fighters were on weight. Let's look at some stats real quick here for these two. So Sorensen 7-3, Caitlin Young way more experience, 10-9-1. Both fighting out of Minnesota, so no matter what, the belt's going home to Minnesota tonight. Tail of the tape: Caitlin Young, the taller fighter, 5'9" to 5'7". Caitlin Young weighed at 145 exactly. Sorensen 144.8. Young will have a 3-inch reach advantage, 68 inches to 65 inches. Ooh, both are the same age, though. Young's just been fighting for that much longer. I honestly thought she was older than that. I didn't know she was a year younger than me. I remember she made her I think it was her pro debut. Okay, her pro debut was at Brutal Genesis, Iowa in 2007. Then she fought in the Bodog and Hook and Shoot tournament. First fight, knocked out Misha Tate with a kick. And then she beat Patty Lee. I thought there was another fight. No. Then she beat Susie Smith and then Patty Lee. Capology has that wrong. But she won 3 fights in one night on November 11th, November 24th, 2007. I remember watching all of those videos. They were very exciting. A lot of hype was built behind Caitlin Young off of that tournament. And then she came out of that, lost to Sarah, and then she lost 4 straight to Sarah Schneider, Gina Carano, Shayna Nelson, and Jennifer Tate. Then she picked up a win over Julie Kedzie in 2010. Then picked up a loss to Julie Kedzie in a rematch in her very next fight. Picked up a couple wins. Then started fighting for Invicta, where she picked up 4 straight losses again to Liz Carmouche, Leslie Smith, Lauren Murphy, and Raquel, at the time, Paului. Now her name's Canuto. That last fight was in 2004. Since then, she came back last year and picked up those next 3, like I said. So Caitlin Young never actually fought in Strikeforce. I thought she had. My memory is way off as far as her fights goes. She had that one fight with Carano for Elite XC. All right, start of the first round. Both fighters come to the center of the octagon. Sorensen throwing out an overhand right that misses. Young staying solid on her feet. Very Muay Thai-like stance for Caitlin Young. No surprise there. Young coming forward with some strikes on Sorensen. Sorensen tries to drop levels for a takedown, but is pushed off by Caitlin Young. Sorensen circling around the outside. Young, center of the octagon. Overhand right misses by a mile for Sorensen. Nice 1-2 there by Caitlin Young, lands on Sorensen. Nice stiff jab again by Young. The striking Viking. Ooh. Caitlin Young lands another 1-2, but then is taken down by Sorensen. Sorensen moving straight to the half guard of Caitlin Young. Caitlin Young trying to get back up to her feet, trying to get to the cage. Sorensen taking the back of Caitlin Young, standing back take. Sorensen on the back of Caitlin Young, standing up. Sorensen trying to pull her to the ground. Caitlin Young walking over towards the cage. Sorensen falls back off. Now clinching with Caitlin Young against the cage, trying to take her back down. Young lands some strikes on the break from the clinch. Now pushing back towards the center of the cage. Nice takedown by Sorensen. Not sure how effective it'll be on judge scorecards. Sorensen dropping levels for another takedown, but is again sprawled and pushed off by Young. Young's problem seems to be that she is so upright that she appears to be open for the takedown, but she's landed some nice strikes, nice punches so far. Not really throwing the kicks out too much. I don't blame her. She's probably worried about the takedown. Overhand right lands for Sorensen, or it looks like it from this angle. They need to switch camera angles right now because Sorensen dropping forward some punches, but countered by Young. Minute 48 left in the first round. Round definitely still up for grabs. Young more effective striking. Sorensen did have that takedown and a temporary back take. Ooh, nice 1-2 lands for Caitlin Young, or maybe that was a 2-1. And another, some more punches land for Young. Pam Sorensen being very effectively countered by Caitlin Young right now. Sorensen going for another takedown and gets it. Diving down. Caitlin Young again trying to get back up, but Sorensen able to take her back and keep her on the ground this time. Sorensen on the back of Caitlin Young. 45 seconds left in the first. Sorensen trying to go for the rear naked choke. Young trying to fight the hands off. Sorensen still has both hooks. If Sorensen can finish off the round like this, she can definitely take it. Young trying to, fight off the hands of Pam Sorensen. 18 seconds left. Can Young make it out of the first? Young makes it out, makes it back to her feet. Oh, she lands an illegal knee. And the ref stops it. Young. Caitlin Young landed an illegal knee to Sorensen, who was still grounded. She was still on one knee. Ref going to give her time. She's checking on it. Ref checking on Sorensen, seeing if she's all right. We'll have to see if this results in a penalty for Caitlin Young. Is he going to take a point? Oh, both hands were down too. So the referee is taking a point from Caitlin Young. So depending on how this round gets scored, if they were going to give it to Caitlin Young, it is now officially 9-9. But if they give it to Sorensen, it is now a 10-8 first round for Pam Sorensen. That could really cost Caitlin Young. And there goes the end of the first round. Ref again checking on Pam Sorensen. Talking to her as her corners come in. That could really hurt her, Caitlin Young, the farther this fight goes on. So that round is either 9-9 or 10-8, depending on the scoring. So 9-9 or 10-8 scoring. So Young stalking forward against Pam Sorensen right now to start the second round. Nice 1-2 there by Caitlin Young off of a Sorensen leg kick. Sorensen tries to throw an overhand right, effectively countered by Young. Young just lands another low kick, causing Joe Rogan to orgasm instantaneously somewhere. Young again effectively countering the striking of Sorensen so far. 40 seconds into the first round. Nice kick lands for Young. Some more strikes. Young being very aggressive, more aggressive with her strikes now. She's going to have to be. She's going to make up for that lost point in the first. Sorensen goes high with a kick that's blocked by Young. Caitlin Young has also got to be on the lookout for those diving takedowns by Pam Sorensen. She's so upright with her stance. Sorensen also upright. Sorensen definitely stiffer, though, with her striking. Another nice 1-2 by Young, but Sorensen again takes her straight down. Young trying to get straight back up. Sorensen again takes Caitlin Young's back. Sinks in both hooks. Young again on the defensive. Sorensen trying to sink in a rear naked choke. She is right now. She is over the chin of Caitlin Young. 3 minutes 23 seconds left in the first round. Sorensen switches to the figure 4 body lock. Young in trouble here. Caitlin Young is in a lot of trouble here. Over 3 minutes left in the second round. So Caitlin Young trying to fight the hands of Pam Sorensen. She's not going to be able to get out of this body lock, though. Caitlin Young just too damn upright in her stance. Leaves herself way open to those takedowns. Caitlin Young so far effectively defending against rear naked choke attempts by Pam Sorensen. Fighting off the hands. But, man, she's got to figure out how to get out of this body triangle. Looks like she might be trying to turn into it. Sorensen gives up the body triangle, goes back to just the hooks. Caitlin Young now turning around into the guard of Pam Sorensen. Minute 55 left. Caitlin Young now in the guard of Pam Sorensen. If I were Caitlin Young, I would just try to get out of there. I wouldn't try to stay in there. Sorensen going high with the guard, possibly trying to look for a triangle. Can't really tell what's going on in the action from this angle. But Young is in her corner right now, so she's getting advice straight from her corner. Minute 25 seconds left. Caitlin Young lands a nice elbow there. Possibility to take this round with some effective ground and pound. Possibly. I'm being very optimistic for my choice, for my pick in Caitlin Young. Sorensen trying to fight the hands right now. Trying to break Caitlin Young down. Prevent her from landing some ground and pound. Under a minute left in the second round here. Caitlin Young still in the full guard of Pam Sorensen. Referee has seen enough. He stands it up. 32 seconds left in the round. Hopefully Caitlin Young can land some effective striking. Otherwise, I'm going to give this round to Sorensen. Sorensen dives on takedown, pushed off by Young. Again, another dive for a takedown, pushed off by Caitlin Young. Caitlin Young smiling. She's having fun here. Getting better strikes. Again, Sorensen goes for a takedown, effectively sprawled by Young. But Sorensen lands some nice strikes. But Young finishes strong with some strikes to end the second round. Ooh, that second round's going to be tough to score. You got to wonder, how are the judges going to score that? That was some nice control and positioning on the ground by Sorensen. But Young did escape to improve her position. And on the feet, it was pretty much all Caitlin Young on the feet. Caitlin Young possibly down 2 rounds. Could possibly 1-1. However, depending on how you scored that first round, with that point being taken away, Caitlin Young could still be down a point. Purple Storm on Sherdog believes that Sorensen's ahead, but he feels like Young can change the momentum in this upcoming round. Okay, if Young can keep blocking those takedown attempts by Sorensen that are very telegraphed and not set up properly at all, if she can keep doing that and land the effective striking, Young can definitely take over. I mean, Young is definitely the better striker. She's more polished, but she keeps getting taken down. Nice low kick there lands for Sorensen. It's a nice 1-2 there by Caitlin Young. Had Sorensen back up against the cage. Ooh, nice low kick there lands for Caitlin Young. Overhand right attempt by Pam Sorensen. Her striking is just too damn stiff. She's very stiff with her striking. Like, she's got the more active footwork, but when she throws, she just throws like so slow and stiff. Is Sorensen. Young, way more fluid with her striking. Flowing more. Again, Sorensen takes Young down with a trip this time, but Young gets straight back up, lands a knee to separate from the clinch. 3 minutes, 35 seconds left. Kick to the body lands for Caitlin Young. She's got to be careful with those kicks, though, because Sorensen could easily try to convert him into a takedown. That stupid ponytail of Sorensen, just like all over her head. Young backs Sorensen up against the cage. Sorensen dives for a takedown, lands a single leg, converts to a double leg, though, off the sprawl of Young. Young immediately again goes to all fours, giving up her back to Sorensen. Sorensen takes her back. Sorensen again on the back of Caitlin Young. 2 minutes, 54 seconds. Caitlin Young just keeps. Oh, Sorensen able to reverse position on Sorensen. Looks like Sorensen has a cut opened up under her left eye, possibly. So Young now in the full guard of Pam Sorensen. Nice reversal of fortunes for Caitlin Young in this round. Elbow lands there for Caitlin Young. Caitlin Young needs to work on the ground and pound this round. She needs to really effectively land a ground and pound. Sorensen trying to cage walk. Looks like she might be going for an arm. Yep. Sorensen going for the armbar attempt on Caitlin Young. Caitlin Young trying to fight it off. She's out. Caitlin Young gets right back up. Very smart move by Caitlin Young. I wouldn't have tried to stay on the ground with Sorensen. 1 minute, 55 seconds left in the third round of 5 possible rounds. Yeah, good tweet there on the screen by Unknown MMA, talking about Sorensen using the overhand to set up the takedowns. Nice kick catch by Caitlin Young, countered with a punch. Young again going forward with the punches. I'm definitely going to have, so far, 1:20 left, and I've got to give this round to Caitlin Young so far. Nice low kick there lands by Caitlin Young. Sorensen again diving for a takedown, effectively sprawled by Caitlin Young. Dives again, but pushed right off by Caitlin Young. 55 seconds left in the third round. Another 1-2 lands for Caitlin Young. High kick for Caitlin Young. Sorensen coming forward with the strikes. Probably wants to set up another takedown. Backing Caitlin Young up to the cage, but Caitlin Young coming forward with some more counters. Caitlin Young almost dove for a takedown there. Now pushes Sorensen off, lands some strikes on the break. Less than 10 seconds left in the third round. Sorensen trying to finish strong in this round. Otherwise, this is Caitlin Young's round. And there goes the end of the third round. I got to score that one for Caitlin Young. So, second round being tough to score. Man, again, another tough to score fight so far. Going into the championship rounds. There goes the single leg by Sorensen. Caitlin Young almost got right back up. Oh, she did get back up that time. That was the knee. Here comes Sorensen going for the arm bar. Young steps over immediately, gets her arm out, and stands right back up from that. Jim Gunn on Sherdog says that late flurry by Sorensen could have cost Young the round. I don't know if I'd say that much. But you never know with judges. You know, they like to go by the... A lot of judges tend to go by the last thing they see during the round. So, all right, start to the fourth round. We're in the championship rounds here. Sorensen coming forward, taking center of the cage. Young circling around. Sorensen coming forward with some strikes. Young being very patient, though. I'll definitely say throughout the fight that Young has landed the better strikes, the more statement-making strikes, the more effective strikes, I'll say. Sorensen diving on a takedown again, effectively sprawled by Young, who pushes her off. Nice sprawl by Caitlin Young, the striking Viking. Sorensen putting that jab out there. Finally learning to work her jab. Diving on a takedown again against Young, on Young against the cage. She's going to get it. She gets that takedown on Young against the cage. Young has her back against the cage. Sorensen trying to suck up her hips. Sorensen effectively sitting, locking up Caitlin Young's right leg. Sorensen working. Got both legs of Caitlin Young locked up a la Habib. Well, not quite like a la Habib, but you know, the way he likes to take the legs. Sorensen again, or Young again, giving up her back to Caitlin Young. I mean, Sorensen. Sorensen taking her back, getting them both hooks. However, Young could possibly turn this to her advantage again if she can just spin around a little bit and get in the guard of Pam Sorensen. 3 minutes left in the fourth round. Sorensen trying to land some strikes to the face of Caitlin Young from behind her. Caitlin trying to block him. Oh, Caitlin Young, nice reversal. Gets back into the half guard of Pam Sorensen. So Young stretches out in the half guard of Sorensen. She needs to land some takedowns. I mean, some strikes from top here if she wants to take this round. Halfway into the round, she gets that nice reversal. but she needs to get to be busy on top here. She needs to be either busy on top or get back up and or get out of there, get to the feet, and land some strikes. Pam Sorensen, more active fighter on the bottom here so far. Has the half guard on Caitlin Young. Caitlin Young almost has the mount. If she can free her right foot, she'll have the mount on Pam Sorensen. 2 minutes left in the round. If I were Caitlin Young passes to side control on Pam Sorensen. She looks like she's working on an arm triangle. Caitlin Young possibly working on an arm triangle on Pam Sorensen. But Pam Sorensen makes her way to all fours. Now Caitlin Young, turtle mount on Sorensen, but Sorensen grabs the leg of Young. That's not good for Caitlin Young. Caitlin Young working back to her feet, trying to escape. Sorensen grabs the leg, gets Young back to her butt. Sorensen probably going to end up taking this round again. Young gets back to her feet, though. Nice elbow, too. Upward elbow from Caitlin Young. Minute 15 left. Caitlin Young needs to really work her striking here. She needs to be aggressive here. Sorensen is trying to be very aggressive, more aggressive for the striking, but Young looking to tee off a little bit right now. Sorensen looking tired. A little tired. Catches a kick by Young. Sorensen pulling guard now on Young. Looking with the guillotine. Young taking her, pushing her against the cage in her own corner. Sorensen not giving up that standing guillotine yet. Young needs to get her head out of there as soon as possible. She's about to get out of it. Oh, both land punches on the break there. 23 seconds left. Young needs to close this round out strong, but Sorensen's being the aggressor right now. Caitlin Young looking tired too, though. Both looking a little tired. Caitlin Young possibly more tired. Pam Sorensen again going for another takedown. Sprawled by Caitlin Young, but she gets the takedown. Damn it, Caitlin Young. What are you doing? She's not even setting these takedowns up at all. There goes the end of the round. Pam Sorensen ending the round inside Caitlin Young's guard. Tenzin Paljor in the chat says, let's go, Pam. I'll admit I'm biased. I want Young to win, so I have my picks come out ahead. Caitlin Young needs to be super aggressive and busy in this next round, and she's going to need to effectively counter all the takedown attempts by Sorensen. Tenzin Paljor said he's very impressed I said his name right. Or her name. I don't know. I just sounded it out. So going into the fifth round, I definitely have Sorensen up. The seconds are all out. Sorensen has that cut under her left eye, but looks like Cutman was able to stop any bleeding from it. Young is going to need to make a huge statement in this last round. But Sorensen's looking like she's getting a little more aggressive. Sorensen with the push kick. Young coming forward with some strikes now. Lands a nice knee there. 45 seconds into the round. Now Caitlin Young is the one who's coming forward. Left, followed by kick, followed by some more strikes by Young. Sorensen goes for the takedown and gets a successful double leg on versus Caitlin Young. Passes the half guard. Or really just got the half guard. She had both legs. Caitlin Young trying to get back up from the half guard now. Sorensen possibly going to be able to pass to side control if she can get her leg out. Just a very frustrating performance from Caitlin Young. Minute and a half into the fifth and final round. It's right now, unless Caitlin Young gets a finish, it's going to be very hard to see her winning this fight. Sorensen still working from half guard, but practically has the mount. If she can get her leg out, she'll have mount on Caitlin Young. Sorensen working the ground and pound now. Almost has the mount. She's about to get mount. Oh, Caitlin Young gets out from there, but gives up her back again. It's like a natural instinct. I mean, it's a natural instinct that she has not been able to work past to effectively get out of there. So Sorensen on the back of Young. Sorensen has her back against the cage, gets the body triangle on Caitlin Young. Minute and a half into the round, or halfway through the fifth and final round. Sorensen bleeding from that cut below her eye, but it doesn't seem to be bothering her at all. I think I said above her eye. It's below her eye. Young trying to fight off the rear naked choke of Pam Sorensen. 2 minutes, 50 seconds into the fifth round. Well, I might as well just mark my check around on the picks. Sorensen's winning it. Looks like my picks are going to have a 500 record, which is an improvement for tonight. Still got the rest of the weekend to go with UFC tomorrow night and Dana White Contender Series Tuesday. Pam Sorensen still on the back of Caitlin Young. Looks like she's trying to lock up the body triangle again. Has both hooks in on Caitlin Young. Minute 13 to go in the fifth and final round. Pam Sorensen with the effective positioning so far throughout this round. Locks up the body triangle again. Unable to get the rear naked choke against Caitlin Young. Caitlin Young very effective at blocking the rear naked choke attempts. Sorensen does have an arm around, but gives that up. "20 seconds left. Pam Sorensen has a body triangle and is on the back of Caitlin Young. Looking like there's no way. Now, Caitlin Young is not going to give up with 10 seconds left. So this is going to the judge's decision, and I definitely seen it going Pam Sorensen's way. Caitlin Young just giving her back up entirely too much in this fight. In the grappling and getting taken down way too easily. Ooh. So we're going to wait on the judge's decision, but I don't see it going any other way than Pam Sorensen. But, hey, if you're watching and you're from Minnesota and you're a fight fan, no matter what, the belt's going to Minnesota. So, just waiting on the judge's scorecards to make it official. Sorensen looking very happy. I'd be too. There's no way she's losing this fight. If she loses this fight, it's a complete robbery. Sorensen actually has 2 cuts under her left eye. The big one and then a smaller, minor one. Damn, I'm tired. It's about midnight Eastern time. There's Shannon Knapp inside the cage with the belt, ready to wrap it around the waist of the new champ, most likely Pam Sorensen. Yeah, I'll be amazed if Caitlin Young, if they give this to Caitlin Young. 50-44, 49-45, 48-45. It's got to be Pam Sorensen. Pam Sorensen. Weird scores. Definitely weird scores. Tweet about those weird ass scores. All right, so Pam Sorensen, your new Invicta FC featherweight champion. Congrats to her. Really disappointed in Young's performance. She seems like she's improved a lot, but then still has a lot of bad instincts that she hasn't gotten over yet. So that's it for Invicta FC 36. New champion crown tonight. A lot of great fights. A lot of fights going to split. I think almost all of the decisions went to split. Like 2 of them didn't, but most of them did. We had some good finishes. Great fights across every division in Invicta. Great night overall, I'm going to say. I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys watching had a lot of fun. If you're watching and you haven't yet, please leave a thumbs up, a like before you go. I'm going to sign off in a minute, but thanks to everyone who watched and tuned in. Thanks for supporting women's mixed martial arts and Invicta FC, and thank you for supporting WMAC Now. If you're watching a replay of this, please leave a comment down below. Like I said, likes are always appreciated, and hey, what are you waiting for? Subscribe to WMAC Now, the fastest growing women's mixed martial arts dedicated platform on YouTube. Thanks for tuning in, everyone, and we'll see you next time.